Good afternoon once again, everyone. Today is July 11th, Thursday, July 11th, 2024. Welcome to the special meeting of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board Superintendent Selection Process. In just a moment, we will stand. The invocation will be led by School Board Member Emily Sule, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by School Board Member Darius Lannis. Let us stand.
Let us pray. Jesus, thank you for the privilege it is to be together in this room. As you say in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 5, if any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. We ask that today for wisdom. Thank you for the kids and the families of East Baton Rouge Parish. In your name, amen.
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. This meeting is now officially called to order. If we will have a roll call, please.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We are now to item B1, items for consideration, selection of the superintendent. The recommended action, discussion, consideration of the appointment of the superintendent of schools and related matters. Prior to a vote, we will begin with board comment. If any board members have any comments at this time, please enter into the queue. Mr. Lannis. And Mr. Lannis, I do apologize. I want to remind everyone that we're going to stay within our time frames tonight because we do expect there to possibly be a plethora of comments, whether it is from our board and or from the public as well. And so, Mr. Lannis, I'm starting your time period right now.
Yes, ma'am, and it won't take me long. Thank you, Madam President. For the sake of this process, as well as community continuity, I would like to offer up a motion, if that's okay. I'd like to make a motion to add Interim Superintendent Adam Smith's name to the ballot for superintendent selection tonight.
Okay. So, Mr. Shamlin, is this the appropriate time to receive that motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Lannis that we add Mr. Interim Superintendent, Mr. Adam Smith, as a finalist to the finalist selection process. It has been seconded by, I was about to say coach, by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will turn to comments from the public.
So I have two cards. I'm not sure if they want to speak now or.
Okay, will you share the names and we can.
Mr. Milton?
Mr. Milton, do you desire to speak to this particular?
Speak now or to the next motion?
Okay,
And then Ms. Chatelain.
okay, thank you.
Yes. Speak on the motion and then on the. Yes. Sure.
Hello, did not know I was speaking first. But this works. So hello, my name is Emmanuel Milton. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a concerned citizen. You know, a term that's been going around here in Baton Rouge right now has been creating a better Baton Rouge, right? And it's been embraced by our business community and many different people. And I feel like if we're truly looking for a Baton Rouge that sees talent, embraces talent, and retains talent, then we can't skip up on somebody like Adam Smith, who showed us time and time again that he's dedicated to our city, our kids, and our people. So I guess what I'm asking here today is that please consider Adam Smith. We would love to have him as our superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, he referred to himself as Emmanuel Milton. I refer to him as Boo Milton. Okay, the next comment, Ms. Chatelain.
I'll go ahead and talk on this point. It's relevant. Good evening, board. Emily Chatelain, Executive Director of 3 O'Clock Project. I came here tonight to say thank you to every serious person who applied for the superintendent job. It takes a lot of dedication to go through this process. To Mr. Smith, to Mr. George and Ms. Zayas, anyone who wants to bring their talents to help kids in this community has respect in my book. I understand that tonight emotions will run high. People have been here in this district fighting for our kids for decades, certainly long before me. I respect that, and I respect their perspective. I am a little disappointed at what we're choosing to be angry about. Isn't it time we get angry that 1/4 of our schools are failing? Isn't it time we get angry that we have kids under our umbrella and within our arms that cannot read, that will not graduate high school? Let's get angry about that. Your job as a board member and our job as community members is to find the best options for our kids that will give them the highest chance of success. If your candidate did not get picked, we all still have a job to do. Because guess what? These kids are going to show up on day 1 of school with wide eyes and hope for their future. How dare any of us threaten to take that from them? You don't get to take your ball and go home. We must do the hard work now so there are not kids left alone on the playground. I also want to address the notion that the entire community and all staff and all students want only one person and find only one person to be qualified for this job. I looked last night at the online petition to appoint Mr. Smith. It was at 2,450 signatures, give or take 1 or 2. That's roughly 3.03% of this whole community. A few months ago, while sitting up at this table, I said, I believe that there are a lot of bubbles in this community. We all know the loud voices come to these meetings. There are many folks not represented here tonight that are also in support of finding the absolute best person for the role of this superintendent. I'm not saying it's not Mr. Smith or that he isn't good at his job, but tonight we have 2, possibly 3, incredibly talented, proven candidates that can indeed run this district as a CEO. I think we would be in good hands with either of the 2 candidates who went through an extensive interview process, that Mr. Smith was actually taken that opportunity. So now we haven't gotten a chance to interview him and ask him the hard questions. That to me is a problem. Whoever emerges as our next superintendent, I hope will get support from the whole community because these kids are depending on us. Perfect timing.
Thank you, Ms. Chatelain. Ms. Nyman.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Nyman. I had 1 kid graduate from EBR and 1 child still enrolled. And I speak in support of this motion to add Adam Smith's name for consideration this evening. And one of the primary reasons, yes, I've supported Adam Smith in the past. I was one of the people that signed a letter years ago asking for his permanent appointment as superintendent. But I don't stand here just for Adam Smith. I stand here for integrity to the democratic process. When Adam Smith was excluded from the finalist list, it really revealed the hands that the process had been set up to exclude him. And when it excluded him, it didn't just eliminate the finalists. So just as a reminder to everyone, not only did the 5 board members sort of, it was established to make sure Adam Smith, even though he got 4 votes, was eliminated from the finalists, that when the 3rd finalist dropped out, he wasn't automatically included in that interview process to allow the community to hear from him. So when those 5 that excluded him from that finalist list then also opted not to include him. And in the interview process, they didn't just hurt Mr. Smith, they hurt this community's ability to hear from all voices. They helped craft a narrative that undermines the community's ability to understand the issues that are confronting our schools. And that is not just an attack on Mr. Smith, that is an attack on a cornerstone of a healthy democracy. There's a variety of ways to undermine democracy, including privatization, which eliminates the democratic election of representatives to school boards. So I think it's very important for people to understand that there's very few ways to sort of rectify the real harm that was caused on June 28th, and also, again, when Adam Smith wasn't included in that process, to be interviewed by the business leaders and the parents and all else. And I do think other people need to realize, too, if we look back at the map that this board was elected using, it's important to note that, one, I would say it was unjust in 2014 when it was adopted, but the fact that it was used again in 2022 when it was so terribly malapportioned, which means that it is in violation of the 14th Amendment because it does not guarantee one person, one vote, that school board members have a very tenuous hold on the legitimacy of their claim to authority, and that should have made them very sensitive to the voices of this community that have been speaking in support of Mr. Smith for years. So I just want people to really understand what's at stake here. It's not just Mr. Smith. It's the whole democratic process. It is your form of government, and I hope that you will attempt to rectify the harm done by including Mr. Smith into consideration this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Good evening, how's everyone? My name is Darrell Dorsey, and I'm a parent of a proud student in EBR school system. I'm here in hopes that Mr. Smith do get considered for the job. We have watched the city pour their hearts out. I wasn't here that night, but I was watching on the Telecaster or whatever online. We not only had parents, we had teachers, we had people all over the district. And what I'm asking tonight is for our board members and the school board to stop being political tricks. That's all. If you know, you know.
Thank you. Ms. Smith.
Good evening. My name is Cherise Smith. I'm here just as a parent of students in East Baton Rouge Parish, and I would implore the board to consider not being reflective of what we see in Baton Rouge, which is a huge divide. We see that if you're not on this side or that side, then you're not going to get what you want when the interest of the children is what's really at stake here. We've seen this past summer, and we've passed legislation where if you can't read on your grade level, they're going to hold you back. These children got 4 weeks, 5 weeks of remediation, and I don't think there's anything scheduled for next summer for those children who are having issues. There are real issues here that are causing our children's education and our future. Even if you don't have a child that's in the parish, if you don't have a stake in the parish, you're going to get old one day. You're going to need somebody to take care of you. And if we don't provide a sound education and a sound educational system for our children, then we're not going to have anybody to take care of us, then we don't have a future. There is no hope. I also am in support of Mr. Smith. I feel like if he was able to do the job to finish out once Mr. Narcisse was gone, I can't understand why this board would exclude him from the process. I also want to stand and say that I think that there's a supremacist and a racist element that pervades this system of this school system. It's represented on this board. It does not do anything to promote the education or the the rights that teachers need and the things that they need in the classroom. It's all about personal gain. And at some point, I think this board needs to realize the only power they have is that it's given to them by the people who have elected them. And if you decide that you're not going to represent the people, then you will be recalled or you'll come down. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Porter.
Good evening. And I might get a little, I know I was gonna be this soon speaking, but I'm happy for the nomination, what Mr. Landon said about adding Mr. Adam back to the consideration. And one thing you all, and y'all know me, I'm Pearl Porter, Mother Pearl. I've been in this system for over 50 years. 52 years, I graduated 5 children from EBR. And as I said, Mr. Adam, my daughter, that's a teacher in Rouge, he taught her in 7th grade. And we've been going through this and going through this. I'm watching the time. I will not go over, I promise you. We've been going through this school board superintendent after superintendent, you all. And I'm not understanding. But I tell y'all, I want to thank y'all because this week, as I spent from 10:30 to 8 o'clock over there on Sherwood Forest, I was back here the other evening, and I'm back here today. And I have learned so much that we didn't know. Even the budget for EBR school system, I'm not going to say them out, but I couldn't believe. I said, God, that kind of money? Man, y'all give me that kind of money, this side would be on top of the moon. What in the world? I see why everybody want to be in EBR school system. A superintendent. How many do y'all know how many have gone through here? And they come and they go, you all. They come and they go. When are y'all gonna get the picture here? When are y'all gonna understand? When are your light gonna come on here? Mr. Smith has been with us for 27 years. And the mere fact that he wasn't even put in the finalist, you all, and you all going outside of this community with our tax dollars, getting somebody don't know nothing about our children, our school system, you all. What is wrong with us? I'm past my head, you all. EBR, what? And God bless you all, the 2 that we have here. But I don't know what y'all gonna do. As of right now, I just checked that I got up here. We have 2,508 signatures. And like I said, I'm standing for the parent of the community that couldn't get here, didn't want to be here. Because you all, please, and I'm begging you, and I've been praying and fasting, that Adam Smith would be our next superintendent. Please. Because we don't have and before I go, the main thing, you all of these other men and women that we've had through him, they had a chance. At least we could do, like the lady said, give him a chance. Please, give him a chance.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Ms. Harmon. Okay, Maria Harmon. Okay. All right, so then we will hear from Representative Denise Marcel, and then, how are you, Ms. Marcel? We reserved some space for you on the front for all elected and former elected members of our community. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. So we'll hear from Ms. Marcel. Yes, ma'am, I agree.
I love him. Good evening, and I want to say thank you for the motion to add Adam Smith. I have not been physically in this room throughout this process, but I have sat back and I have watched and I have listened to my community. And the community has shown an outpouring of love and support for Adam Smith. So let me start out by saying that I thank you Ms. Salinas for the motion, and I agreed that his name should be added. I heard one of the speakers say that, and I know Mr. George and fine gentleman, and I don't know the other lady, but I've looked at her resume, and I think they're all great candidates. The problem is the process by how we got here. To eliminate a person who has taken over this system time and time again, I think was just wrong, bluntly wrong. And so when the person dropped out and he wasn't included, that's why you hear the outrage from the citizens of this parish. That's why people are standing outside. That's why you're hearing school teachers saying they will walk out of classrooms. At the end of the day, that's going to harm those little children that are sitting there. We all will be at our houses. Most of us have our education. But the children that are sitting right there, that's who it's going to harm, because people are sick and tired of being looked over and passed over. Regardless of whoever gets this position, at least he should have been considered. And finally, I'll say that one of the speakers said part of the issue for her was that she don't think it's fair that he did not go through the hard questions. I think he already had the hard questions. I think he's already done what neither of the other candidates has done, which is run the system multiple times. So he's already had his interview. And I'm not suggesting that these other candidates should be overlooked. But to stand here and say that he needs an interview, he's been interviewing year after year after year after year after year. So whatever you all do today, I will close by saying we need to stop the division in this city. We must come together. This is a city of love and peace, and I don't see that with this board. And so I'll ask you guys to consider what is best for the system and for those children, and not somebody else's agenda.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon.
Good evening. My name is Maria Harmon, one of the co-founders and co-directors for Step Up and a resident in District 6. And I'm here to encourage the board to consider Adam Smith as our superintendent. We have so many challenges facing this school district with possible school closures, school mergers, the possibility of charter school expansion, the possibility of a new school district emerging by way of St. George. It's a lot of serious decisions that are gonna have to be made that can impact the school district. And to the point that's been echoed repeatedly, we have children that cannot read on grade level. For me personally, that is a top priority. Because if a baby knows how to read, they know how to write, and they know how to write their own ticket in life. That's what I was able to do. I work for myself. And to know that we have children 2 to 3 generations younger than me that's not given that opportunity tears me up. It's not fair. It's not fair. We're depending on y'all. And I'll say this, also as a representative of the NAACP, it looks really bad when 4 black school members take a position and 5 white school members take another. It shows a lack of unity on this board. A lot of people have talked about divisiveness, but I don't mind calling it out. It also doesn't look good when we have a school board member bring a representative of Moms for Liberty in the process of choosing a superintendent.
Excuse me, everyone.
I have to say that.
Hold up just for a moment, Ms. Harmon, and we'll make sure that we restore just your few seconds of your time or what have you. But you all, we cannot stand and applaud and do all those things because it's going to limit, number one, us being able to hear her comments, and then also for everyone to be able to process those comments. Let's continue into a space of poise and respectfulness, please.
But I also just want to encourage, I don't want to take too much time, but we have a leader that has proven themselves. We don't need any type of disjointment, any type of instability. We need someone that's vested and ready to learn. In my hometown, in Calcasieu Parish, they just selected their superintendent, and this person moved up from being a teacher to being a school principal, to being a high-level administrator, and now the superintendent. It's possible, it can happen. What's stopping y'all? Like, you literally have the community representing all 9 districts that you sit for, saying we want Adam Smith. I have to be honest, it's a very paternalistic when the community says we want to go in this direction, and then you respond saying, oh, we know better. Who are you to tell us that we don't know better? Where's the community wisdom being considered in all of this? And I strongly support the school board members that have made the bold decision to consider Adam Smith to come back, but I will say this. We're gonna stand with the teachers, period. And what you're gonna see, if we don't have the leader that we need, not what we want, but what we need, you will see the community come together stronger than ever. You will see people creating systems of education outside of the school system to keep education going. Nothing is stopping and helping us teach our kids how to read. But it's just sad when we're entrusting you guys to do it. So please consider Adam Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Okay, so I'm going to call a few names just in case they're not in the room. And so that means that when you come to the mic, please state your name for the record. So the next we have Ms. Storm Matthews, then Ms. Jacqueline Germany, and then Ms. Valencia Johnson.
Storm Matthews. You know, heard somebody say that we didn't get our candidates, so we want to take our ball and go home. That is not the case. That is the business community's case. They lost their candidate, so they're trying to take their ball and go home. We are finally standing up and fighting for ourselves as a community. We are like Halle Berry in Kidnap. We are riding on the side of that SUV and not letting go for nothing. We are united as a community, and we are not going to let anything break us apart, and we will not stop. Your employees want to work for Mr. Smith. Let me give you a little data that I got via a public records request. Under Cito Narcisse, on average, 1,329 employees either quit or retired per year. Under Drake, an average of 1,026 employees quit or retired per year. Under Adam Smith this year, 533. We will work for Adam Smith. You want to know why? We feel trusted, we feel respected, and we feel valued. There was a poll. You say you don't like anecdotal evidence. There was a poll that was done for educators wanting to know who they wanted out of all of them. 98% said Adam Smith. You cannot know better than us. Yes, we elected you all, but there's also a 9-member recall. Just keep that in mind. You cannot know better than us. These are our children. Yes, you have one. Yes, you have 2. But these are our children, our teachers, our community. We are EBR. These are our schools, and we will take control. We will remain in control. This is our school board. We vote you in, and we will vote you out. We do not accept these final 2. We are EBR, and we support Adam Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Ms. Germany.
Good afternoon to the board and to the members of the community. My name is Jacqueline Germany, and I stand before you again, asking you as a school board to do what's best for the children of the city of Baton Rouge. You know, I'm getting ready to say it again. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. This school board has been a revolving door for years. It's time to stop. If we have qualified people that's a part of this system and they've been working within the system, why aren't they being considered? What happened to deny someone who time and time again you bring in to stand you back up, this board, this system. It's time for us to come together. We work better when we work together, not in divisions. It's time out for parties. Democrat, Republicans, sick and tired of hearing that. Let's put the most qualified person in the office that's going to take care of the children of the city of Baton Rouge. And thank you very much for listening to me. And I look forward to you all making the right decision and bringing Adam Smith back as superintendent of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System.
Thank you, Ms. Germany. Ms. Johnson.
Valencia Johnson, President of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators. I would like to thank those board members who stood up and were not silent and stood up for the right thing, what's best for our children. And I would implore the rest of you to get in line. All the speakers before me have talked about what the community has asked for, what the parents have asked for, and what the educators have asked for. Educators, parents, and the community have a wealth of experience of what is happening in East Baton Rouge Parish, what is happening in our communities, and I believe that they are closer to the problem to know what is needed for themselves. They know what they need. We know what we need. But because of somebody's agenda, some of our board members have decided to do something that is not in line with our community, our parents, and our educators. I implore you today to not only add Adam Smith, but appoint him to the superintendent position. Again, all unions are ready. Our parents are ready. And we will do what we have to do if our needs are not met, if our children's needs are not met, because at the end of the day, educators are going to be in those classrooms. And we're going to have to take the brunt of whoever the leader is. And we need to make sure that that leader is going to do what's in the best interest of children. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three names are Ms. Ashley Ballard, Mr. Stephen Stewart, and Ms. Tressa Augustine. Ms. Ballard? Yes. Okay.
Hi, Ashley Ballard, parent of 3 students in EBR. I've spent the past 2 weeks reflecting on your actions from the previous board meeting. I'm disappointed and discouraged by the actions of the 5 board members refusing to listen and respond accordingly to the outcry of the public on behalf of Adam Smith, but I'm not without hope. I know it is still within the realm of possibility for you all to put forth the candidate of your choosing, and with that, I implore you to make the right decision tonight. I attended a prayer meeting this morning hosted by Board Member Powell Lewis, and I was encouraged to see some additional board members in attendance. And my prayers for conviction that it will come and would bring about unification, peace, and healing within our district. I still firmly believe that Adam Smith is the candidate to move our district forward in a positive direction. I believe he's the candidate to unite us and bring healing to the wounds of so many who felt unseen, unheard, and outright dismissed. Our teachers are the life source of this district. We simply cannot move forward without them. I feel their pain and I stand with them in their decision to strike if necessary. While I sincerely hope it doesn't come to this, I will support them for as long as it takes. Include and put forth Adam Smith as our next superintendent. I don't believe it's enough to simply include him for consideration. He needs to be given the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you. Hopefully, it'll be a good evening if this board makes the right decision. I've got so many things that I'd like to say. Let me begin with...
3 minutes, Mr.
Yes, ma'am,
Stewart.
I understand.
Okay.
I'm in possession of a letter. Regretfully, I'm incapable of reading it because the print is too small on my phone. Where in 2020, the business community, the white-dominated male business community, wrote members of this board, some of you were not a part of this board, basically bribing them, telling them that if you support Adam Smith, we will remove our support. What support? It's not like these people are donating mega dollars to this community outside of the tax dollars that they are obligated to pay, and they are probably practicing the tax code of Donald Dump, where you only pay $750 a year, although you profess to be a billionaire, so they're probably getting out of paying the appropriate amount of taxes that they should be paying anyway. Saying this to say, I extend the invitation for all of you to Google and read Wikipedia's definition of the words political corruption, bribery, extortion. It appears to me that this body is practicing such. We have an attorney on the board. Attorney, you know, I'm not asking you to yay or nay me, but anyway, I hate to bring the race card into this scenario. However, it is real. I did not create it. As I said months ago, I have every color basically of the rainbow as members of my family. My father is quadlingual. He was a professor of foreign languages. We've been all around the world. So y'all are some of you are the racists. We're not this way. We've got 5 Caucasian board members who have probably not spent 5 minutes in anybody's classroom rendering any type of instruction, making decisions, extraordinarily important decisions like this. You are lobbying for your business buddies to probably get multi-million-dollar contracts within this organization. You could care less about these little black and brown children about being educated, and you know what I'm saying is true. You're never going to admit it. We ask you politely to share your philosophy on why you don't want Mr. Smith. Look at me like I dropped off of Pluto somewhere. I mean, you're obligated to tell us what your decisions are, why you're making these decisions. This is disgusting. It's deplorable. I remember when I talked to you on your first radio presentation on Talk Louisiana, Mr. Martin, you really seemed like you were, about making the right decision and all this. We talked about teaching leadership in the curriculum and all of that kind of stuff, and I really thought that you were, going to do, but you seem to be the lead ringer. You seem to be leading this ring of extortion.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Y'all need to do the right thing.
Thank you all. I appreciate your applause. Let us continue. Ms. Augustine.
Good afternoon, Tressa Augustine, member of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators, teacher in this district, former parent as of 9 o'clock this morning of this district. So first I want to say this. Brother Landis, we had some issues during your tenure, but guess what? You apologized for that, and we appreciated that. Mr. Martin had a little couple transgressions on a hot mic one night, but he apologized for that, and we accepted those. But we are tired of the I'm sorries. We came to you, 2, 3, 4 times with this same scenario. Put Adam Smith at the helm. And we get, oh, I'm sorry, he's not good enough. Oh, I'm sorry, we're going out of state. Oh, I'm sorry this, I'm sorry that. Guess what? We're tired of sorry. We're so tired of sorry that I pulled my child out this district. I'm so sorry that I may not go to work. I'm so sorry that This is what's going on. And I'm sorry that Ms. Sule is the new person on the board and she's getting hit with all this stuff like, oh my God. But guess what? You walked into the show and it's the I'm sorry show. I don't know what else to do except urge, plead, almost get on my knees and beg in front of you people. Do the right thing. The community has spoken and you don't want to listen. What does that say about you as leaders? What does that say about you listening to the people who put you in the places where you would be the voice for them? What does that say? I know what it tells me. It tells me you don't care. What does it tell the employees? I'm sorry. I'm tired of hearing I'm sorry. We're tired of hearing I'm sorry. So what I need right now from this district,
whomever that is in the audience, please be respectful.
This. Forget what the formalities, nothing against Mr. George, nothing against Ms. Zayas. I don't know them personally. I don't know nothing about them, except what I've read and what I've heard. But will they be the fourth or the fifth person to come in, and then you come back and say, I'm sorry it didn't work out. I'm tired of it. We're tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Augustine. Mr. Holmes.
Stop. Don't do that. Stop. Don't do that. My member. Stop. Don't do that. How many times does it take for the community, for students, for parents, for teachers, for cafeteria workers, bus drivers, paras, union leaders, elected officials from the Louisiana State House of Representatives? How many people does it take? Please give me an answer. I'm not the best at math, but I surely can count past 10. How many people does it take? Is it 2,508? Is it 20,000? Is it 30,000? Is it 60,000? What number is it? Third time is usually the charm. Usually in a classroom, the teacher says, all right, you failed this assignment. I'm going to give you a makeup. Try again. I know you can do it. I know you can do it, Member Ballou. I know you can do it, Member Soleil. I know you can do it, Member Godet. I know you can do it, Member Rust. I'm at a loss for words. I've lived in this community for the last 7 years. It don't take all of this. It doesn't take this kind of instability. Oh, I'm sorry. Last but not least, you can do it, Member Martin. In Caddo Parish, we've had the same superintendent for the last 10 years. My family knows him. He's from the community. My mama went to high school with the man. You have a member, you have a person from this school system, Adam Smith. He is of this district over 27 years. Do the right thing, please. Member Ballou, Member Martin, Member Godet, Member Sule, and Member Rust, do the right thing. Not I'm sorry, not we need to reconsider. How many times you got to fail the test before it finally clicks? Adam Smith is the people's choice. Adam Smith is the community's choice. Adam Smith is the bus drivers, the teachers, the educators, the paras, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Make him your choice too. Do right by the community. Thank you.
Okay, the next three include Ms. Washington, Mr. Bilbrew, and Ms. Lee. Ms. Donella Washington. Okay. Mr. Craig Bilbrough. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I really don't have a lot to say other than Adam Smith should be the superintendent of East Baton Rouge Parish School System. If you all haven't noticed, whenever he's the interim superintendent or acting superintendent, whatever you want to call it, it's the only time we don't have these hostile board meetings. It's the only time the culture within the East Baton Rouge Parish seems like a family. We don't always get along, we don't always agree, but it's never to the level that it is at this point. I know you all don't like to have the little stories or the lectures or the different things that's going on there, but let me tell you, I had to plan my summer around these meetings because I'm an elected member of EBA PRE. So I have to come here and represent my constituents. I'm also here as a veteran teacher of the district for 10 years and also a member of the community. So I'm here as opposed to doing the other things that I plan to be. So since I feel like you're wasting my time, I'm gonna take 3 minutes of your time and we could just look at each other. But I'll tell you this, one thing about having Mr. Adam Smith as a superintendent, what message, if you don't select him, what message are you sending to all the other people? If you'll notice, the people that leave the district or they flee, or they flood other places and they run and they make those places better. Just imagine what type of superstar team you would create here if you gave opportunities for advancement. But instead, EBR, they'll pay for you to take 2 classes every semester. So with those 2 classes, I make myself more marketable. But instead of using all of that talent and knowledge that I'm getting, I'm constantly sending my resume out there so that I can go somewhere else. And then other people benefit from the experience and the new knowledge that I've gained. Now, Adam Smith come here, he gave his heart. He lived in the community. He raised his children in the community. A lot of you board members, I know they said it, not to take digs at you. Not only do we not see you at the schools, not only do your children not attend the schools or had never been, he did all of that. He worked his way from the ground up to the top. And every time the boat started taking on water, he was there with the bucket getting the water out. But when it was time to put him in a position to lead the ship, you choose somebody else. Now, I appreciate all of the 17 candidates that came in here that thought enough of us to apply for the job. I appreciate Mr. George and Ms. Zayas. They're phenomenal. But we already have somebody. Why are you going out looking for glass when you have a diamond in your hand? I just don't get it. I don't get it. I'm tired of the lip service. I'm tired of the long speeches and how you value education and you love the children and the children first, and then you just go and do all of this stuff. And let's be honest, for everybody in the community who did not vote, this is what you get when you don't go to the polls.
Thank you, Ms. Washington or Ms. Lee. Okay. Come on, Ms. Lee.
Good evening, everyone. Happy to be here again. I didn't get my grandbaby to come back because she said, "Oh, members just don't listen." But she said, some of them do. But I'm here to speak in support of Mr. Smith again. If you choose someone else, just listen. Those people are going to need a Mr. Smith to help them through. You cannot walk into a job, not this size, and expect to know what you're doing day one. You're gonna be sitting there twiddling your finger, wondering what to do next. You're gonna have so much coming at you, you're not gonna even be able to go out and use the bathroom. Now, I know what I'm talking about. I used to sit on this same board 12 years, and I spoke what I felt. I put myself in the child's place, put yourself in the teacher's place, put yourself in the principal's place, put yourself in the place where you would want to be and how you would feel if this would happen to you. If you were Mr. Smith and you stepped in and did what he did to keep this system rolling, children are doing great, you all. They're performing. I love Mr. Narcisse. They might not believe it, but I did. He came, he didn't even have a chance to get into the schools. We need people to go into the schools and see what's going on. Again, Mr. Smith has done that. Why are you looking on the outside? The grass is not greener on the outside. What you need, we already have. Why are you wasting taxpayer dollars? I get tired of writing that check at the end of December to pay my taxes to support this school district and these children, and it's being wasted. Please stop wasting the money that we need to put in the resources in the classroom, looking for somebody that you already have. Our 2 board members will be termed, I believe, at the end of this term, 2.5 years, if my memory serves me correct. Mr. Blue, we worked well together. We used to sit by each other. Now, Mr. Blue, this is what I want. We networked, and we did it, Mr. Blue. We were together, black and white together. We're all the same people. When you die, you're going to see. You're going to turn the same color I am. All of you. So please, give us what we need, Mr. Goday. You can do it. I remember when you came, we could do it. So you represent what you represent, but you represent the children. Mr. Russ, Mr. Martin, my grandbaby wouldn't come tonight because she said those people don't listen. Please give our children what we need. And you heard her stand here and read. She was a 6-year-old at Forest Heights Academy of Excellence. 6 years old, and she read what y'all heard her say.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Thank y'all. Thank you for the time.
You all, I do apologize. I know Ms. Augustine said that we should stop apologizing, but at the same time, reading is fundamental. Ms. Darnella Washington asked that she did not wish to speak, but she just wanted to share that we are Adam Smith. Y'all heard one job, y'all had one job to do, and you didn't do it. Okay? All right. The next 3 speakers, Mr. Jamie Robinson, Ms. Kimona Hogan, and Mr. Darrell Dorsey. Did you want us, were you interested in speaking again? Okay, so Mr. Shamlin, are we allowed to allow the public to speak more than once on an item? Okay.
No, ma'am, not per policy.
Okay, so then I will have to hold your card, Mr. Dorsey. Okay, so then the third will be Ms. Tammy Gray. So once again, Mr. Robinson, Ms. Hogan, and Ms. Gray.
Good evening, Tammy Gray. I stand before you as a teacher with EBR and as a parent with EBR. I have had some experiences and I am stressed out with it because it hits personal. And I'm not only talking about my personal child, I'm talking about the kids in the classroom. When I look and I see the process and all the money that goes forth to picking a superintendent, and I'm at a school that does not have all of the things that you need to make a child progress. It makes me say this here, and it makes me reflect on this. Charity begins at home and spread abroad. You have what you need. By the time the person that you're trying to get in here that has never been in this system, when they get it figured out, we'll be out of school again. And that's another wasted year. I feel that if you give Mr. Adams, you giving him a chance, an intern twice, give him his term and see what he is about. If he was good enough for that, why he's not good enough for this? I believe, and the trouble that I'm going with my baby, with Bel Air High School and the school that I'm at Marydale, we wouldn't have these problems because he already know of them. He could work on them. By the time the people that you're trying to bring in, they get it figured out, it's over again. We piling more trouble and it's getting bigger. The gap is getting bigger. One other thing that I would say, Stevie Wonder hadn't seen a day in his life, and he could see this as bull.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson or Ms. Hogan?
Good morning, members. Well, I'm sorry. Good evening, members. The Apostle Paul said something that I found to be profound for this community today. It says, he said, I may not be able to do anything about what you're doing, but I could go on record and say it's wrong. None of these members of the public, including myself, has the ability to do what you can do today, and that's to make a wrong right. We don't have the power to select Mr. Smith as our superintendent, but we can go on record, as we are doing now, and say that what we think you guys are doing is wrong. Not giving this man the fair opportunity to lead this school system as a superintendent, as he has proven himself to be more than capable as an educator, as an assistant principal, as a principal, and even as an executive director of a region, an associate superintendent, and finally as an interim superintendent more than one time. And the most recent time voted unanimously to be the interim superintendent. But now we can't find 5 votes to give the man the job. My phone is ringing from principals who are scared to come before this podium because of retaliation, but they're begging that Mr. Smith is given the opportunity to be the leader of this parish. I don't know if you guys remember, the first day he was interim superintendent, what did we have here in this parish? A principals meeting. When he walked into that room, he captivated his audience. He gave the principals something that they hadn't had in a long time. But it wasn't just principals. He gave parents, teachers, students, and all stakeholders. He gave us hope. That's something we have not had in a very long time. Why don't we have that hope? Teachers have been praying for a livable pay increase for I don't know how long. But we can't get 5 of y'all not to allow ITEP to go through. We've been praying that for a long time, that instead of you keep approving all of these professional service contracts, that you invest those dollars back into the classroom. But guess what? We can't get 5 of you guys to do that. We are begging you now, please, just 5 of you, it doesn't take all 9. Make Adam Smith the superintendent of this parish. But not only because he deserves it, not only because he has earned it, but because the community, the people who have elected you, the people who he will serve, or whoever sits in that seat will serve, we are asking you for Adam Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hogan, then Ms. McMillan, and then I'm going to say Mr. TJ, because I cannot decipher the last name. I do apologize.
Good
Ms. Hogan.
evening. My name is Kimona Hogan, and I am a parent that formerly lived in East Baton Rouge Parish. The last time Mr. Adam Smith was up to be the superintendent, I spoke in support of him. However, when the board at that time chose to go against the community's wishes, I pulled my child out of this parish and went to a neighboring parish. I just wanted to come up today and just say that I supported Mr. Adam Smith then, and I support him now. I read a newspaper article where they asked the 2 candidates what their 100-day plan is, and one or both of them said that their plan is to, in the first 100 days, to build relationships. It is very clear, very obvious that Mr. Adam Smith has already built those relationships so that time doesn't have to be wasted. And so again, I just implore you to do what your community is asking you to, so there won't be many more parents like myself who are pulling their children out of this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McMillan or Mr. TJ?
Good evening. My name is Tanya McMillan. I have a son here in East Baton Rouge Parish Schools, and I'm here to speak in favor of adding Mr. Adam Smith to the list of candidates, and not because of Adam Smith, but because of the democratic process. that you guys have disrespected. My ancestors endured whips and chains and being sprayed by water hose and attacked by dogs so that we could have the right to vote. How dare you take our voices away? And that's what it's about for me. How dare you play with my time? As a single mom and a business owner, I bust my butt to get to these meetings. I bust my butt to get to those community forums that you guys said we were going to have input on. Only to get there and find out I got 2 minutes to speak and the whole thing lasts an hour and a half. What a joke. I stayed up and I went through 17 resumes and watched 17 interview videos. And I went to the meeting myself and I looked my board member in the face and asked that he put Adam Hammett on the list. And he played around and put one person on there. What about my voice? This is about the democratic process. This is about the board's process and how you guys quantify our voices, or you don't. It's not about Adam Smith for me. It's about my ancestors who fought for me to have a voice in a vote, and about your blatant disrespect of their battle. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Pugh? Okay.
Good evening. I'm a product of East Baton Rouge Parish, and I've been an employee for 30 years. And I've never came to this mic to speak on any topics, although I've watched these board members and heard things that have gone on. And I understand the community outcry. And sometimes the community does things on feelings and things that they want, but they don't understand that it has to be what's in the best interest of the district. So let's talk data. For the last 15 years, we've had 5 superintendents, and all of them had one thing in common. They were all visitors. There was only one of that 5 who had any history with EBR, and that was Warren Drake. And it's not a coincidence that he was the only one that got a contract extension. So what are we saying when we continue to go outside of the district to find a superintendent? It's an embarrassment and it's a disgrace for people that have spent their entire careers dedicated to kids to hear people say it's about the children, and we understand that what you're doing is not about the children. Dr. Cito Narcisse was a good person. He was not the right person for this district. He was elected in January, so he had 5 months to visit schools and do. You're about to bring somebody in from outside of the district and give them 2 weeks to figure out what's going on? That makes absolutely no sense. This is about the district. This is about the children of the district. And if you're about the data, look at the data. This is somebody who's been in the district for 28 years. From a teacher to a dean to an AP to director of middle schools and so on and so forth. Twice appointed interim superintendent, and both times he brought stability to the district. And now we're gonna destabilize the district once again. What sense is that making? How is it about the kids? How is that about the children? So take a look at what you're doing and don't put Adam Smith for consideration just because the community is doing it. Look at the data. He is the right person for the job. That is nothing against anybody else. He is the person to lead this district forward. And if that's what you are about, then we elect Adam Smith.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment cards, we do have there is another public comment card. And then after our public comments, we do have online comments as well. Thank you. Ms. McGregor. Okay, while we wait for Ms. McGregor, Mr. Martin, if you will read those online comments, please.
Sure. So some of these came in before Mr. Landis made their motion, but they, I think, are all relevant to this particular motion. Sarah Shika writes, the community is in pain at the moment. Trust is essential, and we need you to prioritize what's best over any political agendas. It's crucial to select the right person for this job. If you believe that Adam Smith is not that person, although the community has spoken and shared their support for him, then please consider Andrea Zaya. She has emphasized the importance of helping the community heal and collaborating closely with Mr. Smith. Rebuilding the trust of our teachers is a vital first step. Ensuring that teachers feel safe and secure is key to making our children feel the same way. Christy Hammett writes, I am asking all members of the board to vote for Adam Smith as our new superintendent. Phyllis Guidry says, please start over with the search. Both of these candidates are lackluster and can't handle the corrupt central office staff. We don't need years of jockeying for favors when kids can't read. Why do we have to pretend that the pool of folks willing to apply are more interesting than what we already have? The board is right to be frustrated, but constantly patronizing the public with Daddy Knows Best comments is out of line. In a democratic republic, representatives are supposed to represent the desires of the people, not the cowardly sponsors who whisper sweet nothings into your ears and never have anything to come to the mic. Hard pass on both candidates. Kelly Johnson writes, like many, I was out of town and unable to fully engage in the search. I am very concerned with Mr. George's relationships with current EBR staff and how that may have influenced their choices over the last few months, but mostly I'm concerned that this board won't have the skill to supervise any superintendent. We are so far poorly ranked because of terrible state and district policy. No superintendent can work miracles without a board willing to do hard things. Please pass on both candidates and beg Mr. Smith to stay. He isn't a savior, just the choice of the people who comes in to clean up the mess of all the flipped tables. Jasmine Scholes writes, I would like to ask that Adam Smith be appointed as superintendent of this district because he is for EBR. He is EBR. If he is good enough to hold the district together when you as a board continue to choose wrong leadership, he is great enough to run this district head on. Do you think about the way you're treating Adam, a man ready to serve for us against all odds? What if what you were doing to Adam was being done to one of your family members? Have the same empathy for Adam that you would have for one of your very own. It's wrong to keep using him and not give him a true chance. It's wrong, and it looks bad on the board as a whole that he was outvoted while serving as the current interim. There's no time to train up a new superintendent to do what Adam has already proven he is capable and willing to do for this district. It's time to listen to what the community desires, and it's also time for you all to become a part of EBR, because right now it seems like it's us against you all. Crystal Ellis writes, I stayed home this evening because I've been crying all day. I'm concerned that when all is done, the children won't be well. I am not a Baton Rouge native. This process has been mentally and emotionally exhausting to witness and participate in. I cannot imagine what the impact has been for those who have gone through it far more times than I have. I reached out to the board president and vice president this evening and covered them, the entire board, and all affected by their decisions in prayer. If I'm being honest, it wasn't easy for me to pray for some of y'all, but I know my God is bigger than your political aspirations and the harm you may inflict in your pursuit. I just hope that when all is done, the children are well. And Cynthia Hill writes, look at the top performing districts in the state. Almost all of them have homegrown superintendents. You as a board have hired superintendents from outside of the state and or outside the district only to fire them yourselves. Isn't it time you take the advice of someone else, the community, since you yourselves have not been successful in choosing a superintendent that can bring an adequate level of progress and stability to this community? Please give Adam Smith an opportunity to lead this district.
Thank you. Okay, we will hear from Ms. McGregor and immediately followed by Mr. Darrell Glasper.
Good evening, board. My name is Catherine McGregor, and I am an employee that is not on duty yet once again, so I just wanted to make that clear. I am here tonight because I, like everyone else, just can't believe that we're here, but we are. And I want you to know that the day after was a Friday that we had our last meeting. The day after that weekend was a quiet weekend at my house. Both my husband and I are teachers and have been teachers and educators in this system. My husband works as a middle school PE teacher at Southeast Middle. And the tears I saw in this room, the people that called me, the people that were so frustrated even at the lab school that are like, anyway. On Monday, when I returned to the office, the people that were there the entire time made sure that they let me know and several others how scared they were. Because in February of this past year, we could all breathe again. We felt cared for, we felt heard. The climate has drastically improved, even in central office, and I am determined, even leaving the classroom, to be back in it as much as I can. And Landis, you know, you see me. I want to be in schools, and I want central office employees to work their tails off just like teachers do, and we do. And when Adam Smith is in charge, we work hard for this district. We worked hard to get it started, and I can't believe that there's somebody else that might come in less than a month before school starts. What kind of shuffle is that going to look like in our administration? I just added 12 new principals to new sites to update all of their contacts for Go Guardian for the school year. And I'm thinking someone else is going to come in here and shuffle it around again? Y'all, come on. We are less than a month away from school. I heard it this time, I promise. I've got 1 minute. I really want to ask you to listen. I've heard so many people say it. Can you believe if I said I was not going to listen to my students, their parents, my principal, my superintendent? I've only had 3 principals in the 20 years I've been in EBR. One of them was 6 months because I left the classroom. I've had 6 superintendents. Make that make sense. And probably more because I never paid attention too close because I was teaching. But the last thing I have to say, listen, please listen. I tried to get people to listen to me before Jill Dyson was not on the board. And I don't want to talk about that, but I want to say, we have voices that need to be heard. Please listen. And Patrick Martin, thank you so much for coming to our esports events. I just have to tell you, we have awesome things going on in this school system. And we cannot afford to let somebody else come in with a vision that we do not believe in. We believe in Adam Smith. Keep him.
Thank you, Ms. McGregor.
Thank you.
Mr. Glasper.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerald Glasper, and
Good afternoon.
I want to say thank you all for letting me get an opportunity to speak to you. You know, it's been some time since I've been publicly involved in politics in this community because I had to be at MD Anderson's. I fought, and I'm still here. God wasn't ready for me. Let me tell you why I came by. Because 2 things. One, I have a granddaughter in public school system. I've sent all my kids to private school because my grandmother always told me a long time ago, she said, I want you to do I was having a problem because I was an athlete, but I wanted the smart people to like me. And my grandmother said one day, she said, listen to me, don't worry about them liking you. You want them to respect you and treat you fairly. And if you fail, it's on you. And then the other one, I received a phone call from one of my good, respected Democratic friends. And he told me, he said, Darryl, let me tell you something. He said, I've been knowing you 30 years. We both in our 70s. He said, I don't like your politics sometimes, and you don't like mine. But I don't sanitize it. I've been a Republican for 35 years because the Democrats did not want me. That's a fact. I didn't support gambling. I didn't support those things that I thought was going to be devastating to the community that I grew up in. And I don't sanitize it, and I don't back up from it. And so I picked up the telephone, and I got the people who work with me every day. I have a research department, and they did their own research. I called Mr. Patrick. I talked to him. He talked to me. Because the things that he said one day I was watching the school board meeting would put goosebumps on you. I know Coach, and I've been knowing Coach for a long time as a golfer. And then Mr. Godin, I said, who's Mr. Godin? Did Mr. Godin, I call you because you represent River Bend. I have a house in River Bend. And I say to you all is this, is that I call all of the business people, and the documents that I passed out was their attitude toward public school systems. And some of the comments, I call 17 because I'm a businessman. I have a business philosophy. I have a public education at McKinley. And believe me, the teachers, just like the teachers have passion, they made sure that I can communicate, that I can represent myself as a individual. And that's the way we were taught. I have a public education at Southern University, and I put it up against anybody in the world. I've talked to CEOs of major corporations and not back down, because what Southern taught me is, A, to understand what I'm dealing with, and then also to be fair. And so I did my research. I gave that to you, and I don't want to be long because I only have 3 minutes, but I want to say this to you. To build an organization, that organization needs leadership. And the community right now, the business community, they don't have any confidence in the leadership of this community. So Adam Smith has done everything in my research that you all asked him to do, not once but twice. And seriously, brought you through COVID, gave you a balanced budget. Now that's not coming from them, it's coming from the people that I trust and that did the research for me. So I implore to you all as a board, look, I'm talking to my Republican friends now, because I am a Republican. No, I'm serious. I'm saying to you all, be fair to him, because from what I understand, you all took him out of the process where he didn't get an opportunity. And all I ask you to do, and I'm not, listen to me, it's not nothing derogatory or anything else. It's just saying that if you are going to be the person who is doing what you were told to do and not given an opportunity to be evaluated on the basis, be fair with him. That's all I ask. Okay, just to be fair with him, give him an opportunity, and I'll make a suggestion, because I've made a lot of them. People follow them, they don't. They like me, they don't. I would table this until you understand where you are going. Where are you going? What is your strengths and weaknesses? Now, I'm going to give you 3 books, and I'm going to get they're like the heck from down here. All of my life, I was taught to look at the great people, and read about them, study about them. There are 3 books. One is Good to Great. The other one is Don't Let My Ego Be My Enemy, but the ego to become your enemy. And the other one is Obstacle in the Way. Okay? There's an obstacle in the way of this school board having a good personality and liked by the public, and then working together. Don't let this go down racial lines tonight. That's all I ask. As an African American who happen to be a Republican, I don't want to see this go down racial lines. Okay, so thank you. And look, look, you can ask me any questions you want. I can answer them. But I want to thank you all for allowing me this opportunity, because I think that you all are going in the right direction if you can get together and work together.
Thank you, Mr. Glasper. Okay. The next is Mr. Anthony Thomas.
How y'all doing? Remember, when you bend the rules for one, you got to bend them for all.
Mr. Thomas, I appreciate your statements. 3 minutes.
I usually don't do this, but we got kids here. And when you promise something to a kid, you don't break promises. You give a kid hope, and you take away their dreams and everything else that they want to be in life. You want to know how to bring the community together, how to make things better. Give them what they ask for. It makes it much easier when you work together. Look at these kids. They in here. They're going to remember your faces. They're going to remember your faces. Me and Mr. Lanus, we went to school together. I know him as D20. And guess what? We had a lot of broken dreams, broken promises from EBR. Cried out for help. Nobody came. If Mr. Adam Smith can make things better, let's go with that. Don't sit back and make your smart comments on Instagram and Facebook. Because guess what? We can read. I know that D does not say to he. I'm very smart. So let's make education great again.
Thank you. On a different day, I want to find out what does D20 mean. Okay, Ms. Trinetta Williams she submitted a public comment card in regards to children with disabilities. She does not desire to speak. She says, please select a correct and educated person to keep and improve our public schools and not to lose them to charter schools. Adam Smith can do the job. Give Mr. Smith his chance. Okay, seeing no further public comment at this time, no further online comments at this time, we will now return to comments from the board, and this is in... Okay, one more internet comment.
As a District, Brandon Abedin writes, as a District 6 constituent, I'm concerned by Member Russ' parent panel selection. None of this is relevant to the selection, so I'm not going to read that one.
Thank you. Ma'am, please refrain. Okay? All right. So we will continue with our comments in regards to the item. Mr. Shamlin, if you will read, or Ms. Orman, if you'll read what the motion is at this time before we return to board comment.
The motion is to add Interim Superintendent Adam Smith's name to the ballot as a finalist.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Ballou.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say I'm a big Adam Smith fan. I've worked with him for several years on the board. I'm very grateful for the job he did in transition, some of the changes he made during that transition. That's why I voted him into my 5 list of semifinalists. The reason I didn't have him on my list of finalists was just simple. I put on there who I judged had the strongest resumes, and I thought were the best for the long-term future of our school district. That was just my judgment. I just thought they were stronger resumes. But I'm still an Adam Smith fan, but I don't support the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Thank you. I share Mr. Ballou's sentiments. As I said last week, if the selection criteria were who was the nicest person, who was most sought after by our employees, the answer would obviously be Adam Smith. I have tremendous respect for Mr. Smith. I do not, however, believe that he is the right person to lead our district into the future. Several people have accused me tonight of being part of a group succumbing to political pressure. That is not true. If political aspirations were my guide, the easiest thing in the world would be to bow to the will of the loud voices in this room tonight and say, okay, but that's not consistent with what I believe to be what's best for the children. I did not take the oath of office to simply pass along whatever some poll of my constituents would say. And nobody's, by the way, provided me with a poll of my constituents in District 9, the actual people who elected me to this seat. But even if it did, and even if they said the same thing that most of the people in this room have said, my oath is to exercise my best judgment about how to improve the education of our children. You can believe that or not. I'm not going to waste my breath trying to convince any of you of my motives or good faith. I can't control ultimately what you think other than by you judging my actions over the course of time. But I'm also opposed to the motion like Mr. Ballou because I don't believe that's the direction that our district needs to go. I have tremendous respect for the views of Mrs. Porter and everybody. I know that all of you are motivated like I am by what you believe is in the best interest of the children in this district. I have listened to you, but listening does not mean always agreeing with each other. I have listened and I will continue to listen. I've come to a different conclusion, and that's why I'm voting the way I do tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me start off by saying to the two candidates who put their names in and made it thus far, I don't question your ability to lead. I don't question your educational prowess. I would never do that because you put yourselves in the line. You put yourselves on the line, you do the work, and I read your resumes. This is not about you, it's about the process. Because the product cannot be perfect if the process was not perfect. I go back to January, because in January, when I saw that there was a clause in Mr. Smith's contract, it was clear to me then, as it is clear to me now, we were gonna have a problem with trying to move the needle and keep him in the position that he was in. Now, and I say this, but before I say this, Madam President, I promise there's a point to it. There's a movie called Philadelphia, starring Denzel Washington and Tom Hanks. And there's a statement that Denzel makes as he's making this legal argument in court. He says, before you described him like he was filet mignon, but he got the job done, and now you describe him like he's a bologna sandwich. 6 months ago, he was a good company man. 6 months ago, we tasked him with getting us out of a fiscal problem. He did so. And then by doing so tonight, and like we did last week, he's a cold bologna sandwich. Now, if you tell me that's a fair process, I can't go along with it. Tonight's motion that I made, it wasn't to name Mr. Smith superintendent, it was to add him as a finalist to give him a fair shot. And then you make your choice about where you want to fall. But to simply say that you're not good enough, you did the work, go home, that's a problem. That's a real problem. In tonight's vote, every single board member, again, I'm not shoving this down anybody's throat. You have your own choice to make, but I know one thing. My community has spoke, the one that I represent, the one that I am now listening to. The Kool-Aid is gone. It's time to get to work. School starts in almost less than a month. We got to make some decision. And at some point, we have to listen to the people who elected us to get here. And so as I said before, in this moment, in this time, the people have to be louder than the politics inside the room. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. I have entered into the queue, and that's just because I'm thankful for what Mr. Glasper shared. However, he gave us a detailed document that he did not completely elaborate on, and I wanted to at least be able to share that with the public, considering that there may not be copies of it available for you. And so this is what Mr. Glasper shared with all of us. First are the comments from EBR business community regarding the school system. This ongoing argument about who should be the next superintendent will have no beneficial result because it doesn't matter. Our system is a complete failure in that we are not educating our kids regardless of who the superintendent has been or will be. The idea that some of the teachers have ganged up to insist that they should decide who to employ as their boss defies all reason. The parents, and this is just what he shared on behalf of the EBR business community. The parents of Baton Rouge who love their kids and trust the public education system are being abused. Their tax dollars, almost $13,000 per child per year, are wasted. When will they be given their money back so that they can enroll in a private school that will educate their kids? And by the way, most people who really care about our kids' future have already given up on the public education system. Now, that's what the comments from the East Baton Rouge business community that Mr. Glasper shared. Now, here is an additional document that he shared as well, which is inclusive of his philosophy and his perspective. He says, I have spoken to a large number of business people around Baton Rouge who I trust and respect, and overall the sentiment of how they feel and perceive the East Baton Rouge Parish School System are the words in the document I handed out, which is the one I just read. You are perceived this way based on the second document I have handed out. That document details that the interim superintendent, Adam Smith, was given a task to complete, and these are the things that I found he accomplished by doing research. A, collaborative process, a collective effort with the board, community, and staff over a 5-month period to craft a well-rounded general fund budget. B, employee benefits, significant achievement of securing permanent pay raises for employees, the first in over 15 years, demonstrating a commitment to staff welfare. C, resource allocation, strategic focus on district-approved priorities, and support for academically struggling schools, underlining a commitment to educational excellence and equity. D, efforts to make improvements in transportation. Mr. Smith has been proactively addressing the transportation department issues by hiring for key positions, enhancing bus driver attendance by tracking with onboard tablets, and joining a cost-saving procurement consortium with Napa Auto Parts, which of course I remember, in which they will set up a store in the mechanic shop to improve operational efficiencies, ensure reliable student transportation, and provide over $500,000 a year cost savings in school transportation by reducing from a 30% current markup on parts to a 10% markup, leading to a 20% reduction in outlays for transportation expenditures. Closing, the philosophy of Darrell W. Glasper has always been to build from the inside out rather than the outside in, meaning the people inside your organization know more about your organization and operations than an outside person being dropped in. Currently, there is a strategic plan for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System in place that has been approved in 2021. However, when that plan was approved until today, there are only 3 board members currently serving that were on the board in 2021. Some of the new board members expressed a want or desire to readdress this strategic plan, but have failed to do so in 2 years' time. That should speak volumes to their commitment to the school system. He says, I recommend 3 books that I live by in business that deal with leadership, and he's mentioned all 3. Good to Great by Jim Collins, Ego is the Enemy by Ryan Holiday, The Obstacle is the Way by Ryan Holiday. He also makes note of the number of superintendents that we've had in the recent past. Currently, Adam Smith, Interim Superintendent, 2024. Cito Narcisse, 2021 to 2023. Adam Smith, Interim, 2020. Leslie Brown, 2020. Warren Drake, 2015 to 2020. Bernard Taylor, 2012 to 2015. Carlos Sam, Interim, 2012. John Dilworth, 2009 to 2012. Charlotte Placide, 2004 to 2009. Clayton Wilcox, 2000 to 2004. Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
100% support the motion that Mr. Lannis put forth, that we make Mr. Smith a finalist in this process. Short and sweet.
Thank you. Seeing no further board comment at this time, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote.
Do we need to do a roll call?
Mine didn't pop up. Did you refresh and join the meeting? It's been a while.
You need to join the special meeting.
Yeah, let's do April. I'm in it now. Okay, here we go.
The motion fails.
Thank you. Please refrain from your noise. Please refrain. Please refrain. Thank you. We will now return to the original item. Am I correct in this, Mr. Shamlin? Okay. Selection of the superintendent. Recommended action to discuss consideration of the appointment of the superintendent of schools and related matters. Prior to a vote, we will begin the board comment. Are there any board comments at this time?
Madam President, I have a question on
Yes, Mr.
what
Goddard.
exact process we will use to vote?
This particular process tonight will be a roll call type of nomination, very similar to what we do when it's time for board leadership votes.
Let me clarify, Mr. Godet. It will not be
Thank
a
you.
nomination as there are only two names before the board, so there'll be a roll call vote, and board members will be able to vote for the candidate of their choice, and the candidate receiving 5 votes will be appointed. Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, so seeing no comments from the board, we will now hear from the public. Are there any public comments at this time? Ms. Matthews.
I would like the public and all recall captains to join myself tomorrow at the Secretary of State's office for our press conference for the recalls, for anybody that did not listen to their constituents today when we cried out for what we want. And for anybody who says people whose children are in public school do not care about their children can kiss my lightly melanated behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment at this time? Dr. Tia Mills.
Good evening, everyone. It's been quite some time since I've had the ability to address the school board in regards to issues just as critical as this one. But for those board members who don't know who I am, my name is Dr. Tia Mills, and I currently serve as the president of the Louisiana Association of Educators. I'm not only a resident of this community, one of my people who my mother and I co-parented, just graduated a student from this district. I'm committed to this district. I'm an employee of this district. I've loved and served this district for a number of years. I moved my family from a rural community to this city because I believe in this city. I love where I live. I'm dedicated to where I live. Adam Smith was actually the first principal that I worked under. And I think it's very safe to say that he is one of the best administrators that I've ever worked for. Not very hard to say that at all. I can say that with ease. I've worked with him in several different capacities, not just as an administrator, but in other organizations as well. It is unfortunate that as board members, and I serve on a number of different organizations myself, that some of the board members do not listen to the will of the people. as public servants, we all know that community members, when they are speaking loud and bold about someone that they support, that they think is a best fit for a certain, be it an organization, be it a district, whatever it is, we have got to take that into account. We don't get to say that it's my vote and my vote only, because we are accountable to the people that we serve. We have to be mindful of that when we serve in these capacities. And it's, again, I'm truly disappointed that that has not been looked at. I mean, for some of you, this may be your very first position that you've ever served in this capacity. But for me, it definitely has not been. And I wouldn't be where I am if I didn't listen to the will of the people in everything that I do. I don't just look at myself in the mirror and say, I'm going to make a decision on this today because it's something that I want to do. When I make the decisions that I make, I think about all of the individuals it's going to impact in the process. And I suggest that all of you do the same. If you truly love this district the way that you say that you do, you need to take that into serious, serious account, because I get to sleep at night with ease. I hope that you all get to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mills. Ms. Nyman.
Good evening, Tanya Nyman, District 7, Mike Goday. I am disappointed with the abstention. I wish you would have voted in favor of Adam Smith being added for consideration at the very least, if not appointed to the position. One thing I think, especially for those new board members, should know that I've been involved in advocacy work for 12 years now. My youngest was in pre-K at South Downs Elementary when I first started, and he's a rising senior. In 2014, the Baton Rouge Area Chamber attempted to pass legislation at the state capitol, which would have effectively privatized our district under the guise of improvements. And like, for example, one of the things they proposed doing was downsizing this board. They were unable to get that legislation passed, but then they started putting pressure at the local level and effectively convinced enough board members to downsize this board in 2014 from 11 to 9. And we have seen the growing inability for the community to have an effective say in who represents them on this board. Because in conjunction with increasing the size of districts, with the passage of, or the approval of Citizens United, the Supreme Court, it has allowed money to dictate far more often the outcome of our elections. So they managed to get that done, and there were other reforms that they proposed too, including they've been pushing for a common enrollment system. And I bring this up because a lot of you are so new and fresh to education issues, you're not even familiar with this. And it's been marketed as a way of increasing parental choice. The most recent marketing scheme or narrative is that it is going to make the system more navigable, so we won't that we'll be able to attract talent to the area who find it intimidating to try to figure out how to navigate the public school system. That's a bogus narrative as well. The real point of a common enrollment system is to guarantee the charter schools a certain number of students so they get the commensurate amount of money associated with those students, and so it makes it a less fraught economic venture for them. And it further destabilizes our traditional public school system. And so I bring this all up because if I had more than 3 minutes, I could say some nice things about the current candidates. But what I think that they need to be aware of is that if you are not familiar with the history in this district, why we've had so much turnover with superintendents is because the business community that is seeking to profit from our from our public schools, and also undermining our ability to elect meaningful representation through a democratic process. They are incrementally getting those privatization elements into play. And they do that by miseducating people, and especially superintendents who walk in without all the proper information. We need someone with history and knowledge, and we need the community to be able to trust them. Oh, I wanted to attest to one thing. For the past 12 years, I have always held my comments to 3 minutes.
I understand.
These days, someone should allow me to speak for more than 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Stewart.
Oh, Mr. Goday, I'm depressed. Don't walk out on me. Thank you again.
I'll let you take that up with my urologist.
It'd be best that I not comment on that. Thank you, Madam President. Let's cut to the chase. About 30 years ago, I signed up to run for school board, and a gentleman by the name of, he was the local president of the NAACP. He called my parents' house and said, you know, I need to talk to this boy. He picked me up. George Washington Eames was his name, yeah. He picked me up in his van. He was paralyzed. He said, boy, look, you think this is about educating these the system was just about almost majority black at the time. You think it's about educating these black children. This is about money for white folk. This is about white people garnering and getting multi-million-dollar contracts. Okay, that's what it's about, and that's what it's about today. Don't let these people bamboozle you. Where are the black preachers and their why aren't the black reverends motivating their congregations to come down here and boycott this lunacy? Our Caucasian brothers and sisters on this board are not going to readily admit this. The system is approximately 90% black now. Do you actually think they care about these black children and whether they get educated or not? How many of you have children or grandchildren or relatives or nieces and nephews and what have you in this system? Why are you white Caucasians interested in a school system that's approximately 90% black? I would love to hear your explanation of this, other than the fact that you want some contracts and you want to hook your buddies and your relatives up with some money. To quote the great philosopher, I don't call him a comedian, the great philosopher emeritus Richard Pryor, white folk talking, boy. Whatever they say, whatever they want to do and don't you know that these good Caucasians are up here, you know, basically sending us African Americans a message. We know what's best for you. Y'all don't understand that y'all are just visitors in this country. Y'all ain't running nothing, and we ain't gonna let you run and control nothing, especially when it comes down to the almighty dollar. So I just want you guys to know, don't think that some of us are so stupid to believe, you know, this foolishness that you're running. I just wish we had more black representation and white representation. And Ms. Storm Matthews, I always tell you, I love your passion. Oh, my God, have mercy, you are the bomb. Teachers, please don't go to work. I'm begging, whatever you have to do, don't show up. Bus drivers, cafeteria workers, do not under any circumstances show up. Shut this lunacy down. Show these people that we are not going to tolerate your foolishness.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Ms. Cherie Smith.
I just want to say that it's clear to the public that there's been a line drawn in the sand, and it's a racial divide. But I want to put everyone on notice that the community is not looking at race. We're going to stand together. The line is right and what's wrong. And what you did tonight was absolutely wrong. The way that you all got together and decided to vote, and you sat up there and said that it's not what your constituents want who elected you, is absolutely wrong. We are no longer asking, we're no longer begging, we are demanding that you do the right thing for our children. And I'm asking every parent in East Baton Rouge Parish not to bring your kids to school. Stand with these teachers. I don't care if it's Adam Smith. You guys don't even add him to the ballot. That sends a strong message of what the intent is. The next step, because it is about money, is going to be to add a tax on the ballot in December to start pulling money from EBR once they start chartering out and closing down schools to pull that money to fund the citizens of St. George. And we are not going to stand for it. So it doesn't matter what happens, who you appoint tonight, parents, teachers, students, we will not be there. The power does not reside with you. The power is with the people. You only get the power that we have given to you, and we taking it back along with our money. So on count day, that's the day, oh, we need to know how many kids are here. Show up. You better not be there on count day. If you got to send your kids to school because you got to work, don't show up on count day. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes.
All right. I'm disappointed. That's what everybody's gonna say. Oh, there we go. You can hear me. I mean, y'all, my voice carries. Y'all can all hear me, right? Yeah. All right, good. I'm disappointed. Everyone's gonna say that, of course. I'm extremely disappointed in my own member. Very glad that you actually spoke tonight. We don't usually hear from you. Good to hear from you. Too bad it wasn't anything good. Our school system is being pigeonholed. Our school system is being torn apart. There are even some people in this room, they shake their heads in disagreement as they look down at their phones, at the computers, not looking at what they are doing to destroy a public education system. Who knows? Maybe they're getting a contract, whatever it is. And then they look surprised, and all of a sudden they look up. They know who I'm talking about. There are members on this board who are, who are members of right-wing, racist, Turning Point USA organizations. Mr. Rust, you didn't slip out of that. I saw that. Gode, I'm under the impression that some constituents did text you tonight during this meeting. You know, it's about par for the course that you don't listen to folks. I wish you had just voted. Martin, come on, bro. You can do better than that. Soleil, I'm gonna let you live tonight. You ain't done nothing, you ain't said nothing, but your votes aren't that good. But all I'm gonna say in closing, officially, and put my union hat back on for a second. The Louisiana Association of Educators is incredibly disappointed by all of this. We are incredibly disappointed that members of this board who ran, talked to people, lied to them at this point, and told them that they support this school system, just come out and say it. You don't. Just be honest with us. You've already done that with your votes, but don't sit up here and talk in our faces. We're not stupid. We can read. We are grown people. We know what's going on. To the candidate who will eventually become a superintendent of this district, I just hope you see what you're walking into. And that's not a message of trying to start anything. That is just simply saying there is a lot of division that is in this community. I'm going to stop in just a second.
Thank you, Mr.
There's
Holmes.
a lot of division in this community, and it is about time that the people of this community, the teachers, the paras, the cafeteria workers, the bus drivers, even this little machine that's beeping at me, just do right by them. It's not that hard. Whether you won by a landslide or 21 votes, Mr. Ballou, 147, Mr. Gode, I know y'all are termed out, so y'all don't really have an incentive to do the right thing, but
thank you, Mr. Holmes.
May pray to. Go to sleep tonight, pray on it, wake up and do better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, then Mr. Glasper, then Ms. Lee.
I'm not going to call each and every one of y'all out by name, just one person in particular based upon a comment that was made in his remarks, Mr. Patrick Martin. I don't understand. It's always my prayer that folks treat everyone with respect, and I don't think anybody should come to this podium and treat anybody with disrespect, and I don't think anybody on that side of the aisle should treat anybody with disrespect. For you to sit up there and have the gall to say that you're not going to waste your breath to explain your position on the mat. Don't look like I didn't say it, because you definitely say I'm not going to waste my breath. Oh, Jesus. He said, why did he say it? I mean, when did he say it? I was outside when you said it.
Excuse me, Mr. Robinson. Board members, please refrain from making any comments at this time. Allow our public to speak, and then when their time period is up, then we will return to speaking.
When you are elected to, in any capacity, you have a responsibility and a duty to the people who elected you and who did not vote for you to explain your position, because you are our voices. Your vote is the vote of the electorate who elected you or did not. And I expect you all to understand that. That is something that you should have understood before you went to the Secretary of State, gave him $300 and qualified for the seat. If you didn't, you shouldn't be sitting where you are today. You shouldn't lack compassion. You shouldn't lack heart. Now, to everyone, Adam Smith is beyond a decent man. To be willing to, you know, the Bible says when someone does something to you, let them do it 70 more times. I never understood why the Lord wanted you to go back 69 times after, but to come back here every single time, he did it for children, not to further his career, not to fill his pockets with money, not to start a new business, not to be elected later on down the road, but because he genuinely loves children, and his career has showed us that. Now, all of you, well, not all of you, but some of you mentioned about his resume. I'll tell you the difference between his resume and the two candidates you got here today. One key thing was it doesn't talk about how they climbed the ladder in private and charter school networks. His resume was strengthened by his experience here in the East Baton Rouge Parish school system. When teachers were walking out, when bus drivers wouldn't come to work, when we couldn't figure out how to give teachers a pay raise, he was here. They were out comfortable at charter school networks. And now I'm scared that they're going to come here and make this district privatized. And then they called y'all out by name, but I'm going to call some other folks by name. I'm going to talk about the groups that pay you all to be here. What does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? Maybe a school board seat, a couple of contracts, a job on the other side. But I don't care what the Baton Rouge Student Alliance or any other group has to give you. You have to answer to God. You reap what you sow.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Glasper, then Ms. Lee, and then Ms. Harmon.
Thank you again for letting me come and speak. Look, I'll say this: I want to defend the business community because I'm a part of the business community. Okay, and listen to me. I don't worry about what people say or what you say. Let me say this to you: the business community. When you go look at your tax structure, you find out where your tax dollars are coming from. How about that now? Where's the money coming from? And let me say this to you: the people that I know are not worried about taking tax dollars from you because they're giving it to you every year to run the school system. All they ask is that you run an effective, efficient school system to do what you were elected to do, is build an organization that get along with the teachers, because teachers are important. It's an organization. And that organization should run like a well-oiled machine. And I want to say this to you all. And I know I'm going to make some people mad, and I don't care about it. Look here, I can take this jar right here, this right here, and put 1,000 red ants in here and 1,000 black ants in this bottle right now, and they will get along like we do every day. Across America, what we don't do together. We do everything together, eat together, go to school together, raise kids together, go on vacation together, and business together. Right here. And as soon as someone violently shake this doggone jaw, you know what happens? What is happening here tonight? You know what's happening tonight? The red ants gonna think the black ants is the enemy, and the black ants gonna think the red ants is the enemy, and they're gonna start killing one another and start talking about one another. The focus of East Baton Rouge Parish School System is exactly what this man, who is one of the most, he's a philanthropist, he's a community activist, he's a big donor, and you know what he said? They don't have any confidence in the school system because the task is to educate children. Now, I'll say this to you, and that's why I came tonight, and I wanted to talk to my good Republican friends, because I'm a Republican, okay? And all I said to you all was this, that the research, and I think one thing was wrong, and I'm gonna talk to Alicia about it, because you see her name, she did all the research for me, is the 500,000, if your budget is 500,000 a year, you might not have a savings of 500,000, but let me say this to you. You have an organization of people. Don't tear the community apart. Don't tear each other apart. This is not a white-black issue. This is a leadership issue. Remember that. It's not a white-black issue. It's not a business community issue against the community because the business community helped the community. But I'm going to say this to you. You went through 9 superintendents in a short period of time. You have brought people from the outside and trained and taught them about your system from the inside. Now, how much sense that make? And as soon as they get another job or get a better offer, out they go. That's all I said. So I say to you,
Thank you, Mr. Glasper.
I appreciate it, and I hope you all make the right decision in your heart of hearts and give him another 6
Thank you,
months
Mr. Glasper.
opportunity. Thank you.
Ms. Lee.
Okay, I'm not going to take much of your time. Just like my grandbaby said, some of these board members just don't listen to what the children want. And we have parents here. If you go out in that hall in these rooms and see how many people here tonight supported Mr. Adam Smith, how could your heart not let you give the children what they want? I'm going to be honest with you. I am an advocate for children. I've been all my life. I got about 30 grandkids in this school district. But guess what? Boop, we're going to homeschool them. Homeschool them. I'm an educator, 43 years. But guess what? I'm going to be over every kid on August the 8th when we march and tell them to stay at home. Stay at home, show them what we want, you need to give it to us. What we need, you all, we need stability. We need someone that's going to stay here for the long haul. Mr. Blue, I was counting on you. Mr. Blue, Mr. Martin, Bella Costa Subdivision. That's in your district. I know every one of them in there. I got 3 relatives that lives in that district. Gave out snow cones when you was running for this seat, and they supported you. They wanted change, and they want what we want now, stability. Give us somebody who's gonna continue moving this district forward, because the next man you put in place is gonna come in, and again, they're gonna need the help of these people, and they're gonna back down, they're gonna shut down on them. So don't do this to us again. I mean, you didn't vote to add him to the list. You don't need to do that. You don't even need to vote for the 2 you got. The last time I remember what happened was with Charlotte Placide. They sit there and they plundered all night. And guess who they had? Charlotte Placide, and she led this district. She took care of the money. You could vote down the 2 candidates you have. Not to say they're not qualified, but they're not qualified for the children that we have in our district. They don't know anything about our kids. So please give us what we need, Mr. Goday. We need someone that has stability, that have grown up here. Just like you say you from here. I moved here 40-some years ago, and I love Baton Rouge, and I would love to keep it my home. I'm thinking about moving to Mississippi. But I want my grandkids to continue to prosper from the great schools in EBR school system. Have a heart. It's not gonna hurt you. I don't know what they threaten you with, but don't worry about them. We got your back, man, if you got ours. We got you. They threaten y'all with some money. We know it. It's all about the money. Pack our money out of this state. We need our money here in this school district. Don't worry about them. Don't let them control you. You don't let nobody control you but the good Lord above. Come on, man. We need you all to support us tonight.
Thank you,
Do the
Ms.
right
Lee.
thing. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Honestly, my question is just why. You know, like we've been here before. We've dealt with a leader that came in here, and there was already distrust when they came in because the last time everybody wanted Adam. And when that person came in, they did a bum rush over this school district, did overspending, where we were looking at a fiscal cliff and had all these super positions that weren't really effective. We had disruption in the school district, more distrust was built. You had school leaders that were scared to freaking do anything, plus the good things that we had going on in the school district stopped. Like, when do we really come to a point of just making sensible decisions? Like, how much money? Like, what's the price at this point? Like, what do we have to pay? Like, we all can build up money, have a GoFundMe, and just cut the deal there because I just don't understand.
Please
I do not
refrain
understand.
from comments.
I do not understand why we can't come to a sensible decision. And I hope you all know there's an overroom that's filled up. Outside is filled up. People are viewing online, and everybody is trying to understand. Everyday people that I talk to on the street that don't even have kids in the school system is trying to understand why didn't they give that guy a chance? Why didn't they give Adam Smith a chance? And I really feel like y'all are listening to the minority and not the majority in the community. The majority is overwhelmingly in support of Adam Smith. Like, literally, we have people outside that could start chanting, "We want Adam." Loudly, easily. I wish somebody would. Like, we want Adam. We want Adam. We want Adam. Do you hear them? We're tired. We want Adam. That's it. Thank you, Mr. George. Thank you, Ms. Zayas. But we want Adam. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Ms. McMillan. Ms. McMillan, then Mr. Dorsey, then Mr. Bilbrough.
Tanya McMillan, parent of a child in East Baton Rouge Parish School Systems. And I did look at all 17 resumes and watched all 17 interviews, unlike some of you. But what I want to speak to tonight is how this is truly a waste of time. Every person that's coming in here and speaking, it's a waste of time because y'all have already had your minds made up. These games started in July of 2023 when you guys put Cito Narcisse's contract negotiations on the table. At that time, Cliff Lewis was singing his praises. You loved him. You loved him. You love the fact that he asked for forgiveness and not for permission. Then all of a sudden, come December, he made the motion to not renew. And it was seconded by Carla Powell Lewis. But I'm not going to fault y'all because I believe that you guys were manipulated into thinking that if you got him out, you could get Adam in. And I say that because at that time, Patrick Martin was voting with the people. Patrick Martin said that he heard the voices of those at the transportation meeting, and all those people just felt unheard. So he was going to do something about it. He was tired of the people getting left for their field trips. He was tired of the kids in the school district who couldn't read. We had third graders who couldn't read, but Narcisse had 2 years with them, not 3. He listened to y'all then. He played on our emotions. That's psychology 101. Let me appeal to the emotions of the people, okay? And we fell for it. Some of us fell for it. Fast forward to when it's time to put Adam in as interim. Patrick Martin also put the clause in there to keep him from applying. And I was fooled too. I was fooled. Because you visited my shop, my business, every Wednesday almost, and I thought you really cared. And I had a break. I literally cried for over an hour this weekend because I got played. Because I felt like some of y'all really cared. When the whole time, all y'all been making backdoor deals. All y'all. Is it a coincidence that one of our finalists is the same person that was accused to be having lunches way back in July with Patrick Martin and Nathan Russ? Is that a coincidence? But we have 17 candidates and 3 of our board members put up one viable option. You're playing checkers with people who are playing chess. If we don't strategize and get together and start thinking ahead, we're going to always be behind. And people like me come to this podium and I tell y'all the real and you ignore me time and time again, and I'm tired. You tell me to email, to write, and the contact info.
Thank
what?
you, Ms. McMillan. Thank you.
Represent the people.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, Mr. Bilbrew, Ms. Reams-Brown.
Good evening again. You can start the timer. I'm back. Because I'm still here. We still doing the same thing, running around in circles. I love the kids. I'm here for the kids. But I'm going to vote for what I want. Self-serving interests. One thing that I don't like when people say when we're in a professional environment is when they keep saying, but I like you, or I like her, or I like him. Likability is not a requirement for a job. It's competency. You can love a doctor, but if 50% of his patients die, you would not want to go under his knife for surgery. Maybe for dinner, but not for surgery. So stop using that as an excuse or as a buffer for the decision that you're making that is not a reflection of the constituents that you're supposed to serve, which is not necessarily the people that voted for you, but the children that will be directly impacted by the decision of who you put in that seat up there. It's no coincidence that his name is still there on the seat. I just have, the stories, because I just want to make a visual representation of what it is I'm trying to say. When I was in college, I lived in a really, really bad neighborhood. Really bad neighborhood. And anybody knows that lived in a bad neighborhood, when you hear loud noises outside, you don't open the door, you don't go to the window, and you definitely don't go outside. But I heard a woman screaming like murder was happening. And I opened the door, and it was a mother holding her lifeless baby in her hand, screaming for somebody to help her. Just help, help, help. She had 911 in one hand and the baby in the other hand. Well, me, fresh out of my first aid and CPR classes, I ran over there. The baby was choking because the hot dog was lodged in his throat. And I was able to help to get the hot dog loose. And I just remember that blood-curdling scream that mother did that was over the TV that was in my own house. Right now, that scream is coming from the community for you all to make a decision to put Adam Smith in that seat so that you can save our children before they take their last breaths and have to take those state tests and not be prepared. Now, right now, you're looking at the teachers walking out. You're looking at all the support help walking out from children that are already behind when we don't have to do that. Now, we have some wonderful candidates. I can't lie. When I heard Mr. George's resume, my mouth flew open. You know, and I'm 100% behind Adam Smith. And Ms. Zayas, I didn't really pay a lot of attention to her, although I feel like she's more than qualified. But we all know she's an EOC interview. You all know who you want to put in that seat. And you know why you want to put in that seat. It's political. Y'all are playing chess. You know Adam is not going to give you all everything that you want for St. George, so you don't want him in that seat because he's not for sale. And neither are our children.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Bilbrew has went. Mr. Dorsey, then Ms. Reams-Brown. Okay, looks like Mr. Dorsey, you have more than one card.
Yes, this is for my representative, Nathan Russ. I come here, I see you all the time. When I look, you're always in your phone. My parents tell me, growing up, my grandparents tell me, if a man can't look you in the eye, he can't be trusted. When people talk, you're looking down. You know what, when I talk to somebody, I look them in the eye, you're always looking down. I'm gonna work with you because you're in my district and you're my school board representative. But do I trust you? No. And you, Mr. Godet, I respect a man that can choose a side. Don't just sit in the middle. That's cowardly. I'm talking to the parents now and the voters. Remember this day. So Nathan, when it's time for you to be voted, if your opposition is better than you, that's who I'm going with. And I will get out and help them try to win this race because you don't have my support. But I will work with you because you're in my district. But once again, a lot of y'all are being tricked, and you know what I mean. I'm trying to keep it professional. Y'all being tricked, being pimped. And Mr. Martin, you're a disappointment. That's all I can tell you. Because you sit up there like you're so self-righteous. Oh, I remember when we all voted for Adam to take the clause out, but now you pull it away and you won't even give him a chance. You can't be trusted. Half of y'all can't be trusted. We know the district is messed up and the way it's designed to keep our district is mostly black. The way this board is set up is corrupt. And tonight it shows the corruption and y'all are just being pimped and getting paid to do what the big companies want you to do, and that sell us out and make us like New Orleans Charter. But thank you for your time. You're garbage.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Reams-Brown.
Good evening. I'm Angela Reams-Brown, President of the East Baton Rouge Federation of Teachers and Support Workers. I've been before you hundreds of times. I've spoken with all of the media outlets, and I've made my point very clear. I'm not going to call any names. You know who you are. You know what you're doing. I believe that actions speak louder than words. I've been accused of threatening to have a strike, threatening to have a walkout, threatening that teachers and support workers will not report to work on the first day of the students. Let me make something very, very clear. This is not a threat. I want everybody within the sound of my voice, whether they're here, on their computers, or get this feed from the media, we will not report to work on the first day for students if we don't have Adam Smith as our superintendent. And don't try to put that misnomer out that they don't care about kids, teachers don't care about students. That's why we're doing what we do, because we do care about students. We need our parents to step up and support us. If they are truly the parents of EBR, then they too have the same picture that we all are getting tonight. There are people on this board that don't care about EBR, and they have their own agendas. We could talk about this for the next 30 days. Nothing is going to change. Actions speak louder than words.
Thank you. Next, Mother Pearl Porter.
I didn't intend to come back up, you all, but I just couldn't sit after that vote went down. And if I started crying, and if any of y'all know the word of God, me and one of my good friends was talking, and that scripture came. What once was, it will be again. If y'all remember, 1971, 72, my school year. I'd been in my black school for 11 years. And they called it what? Desegregation. And they called a meeting. We didn't know, we didn't know. And we had to all go to the gym. And they said, all the first ward kids have to go up to the school in the uptown. I didn't know they had 117. And no offense to any of you all, because we are all the same. It ain't no black and white, okay? But anyway, we had to go to the white school. And it scared me to death as a 17-year-old. And it didn't start today, you all. I've been out of school 52 years. It started back in 1971, 72 school year. And when I leave here, I'm gonna do the math. When they start moving us, that's when they start losing us.
I had to bus our kids. And here we are. God said the same thing was once is again. We are back again fighting for our little black kids to get an education. It's sad. And when I left here that Monday, when y'all did the vote 5 against 4, that's what's been going on, you all. And I love you all. I'm a woman of God, and I have nothing against it. But it's no way on God's green earth that y'all gonna tell me all Adam Smith needed, y'all didn't give him a chance. All of these others, how many there were? 9 superintendents? They had a chance. They had a chance to come in and prove themselves. He has proved himself for 28 years, and my time is almost up. Please, you all. And our 2 candidates that's here, Lord in heaven knows, we got to do something, you all. I don't know what God gonna do, because I'm still fasting, I'm still praying to God. But God said, I will never leave you, nor will I forsake you. And if we had all these problems with our school system, y'all, through 9 superintendent, and it ain't fixed yet.
Thank you, Mother Pearl.
It rests on us, the people. Thank you all.
Ms. Ballard, Mr. Godfrey, Ms. Merrick.
Ashley Ballard, parent of 3 in EBR schools. I'm going to defer my time to Tanya Nyman to complete her intended remarks. I have them here. I've attended both sessions on Monday and Tuesday. Both candidates do not have an appreciation for what they're walking into. They may have good intentions, but it takes experience and familiarity with the local political landscape to fully appreciate the challenges and to discern the best course of action. Adam Smith has that experience. The other 2 candidates, God bless them, do not. More significantly, this board has committed an injustice against them, as well as Adam Smith. If either George or Zias accepts the permanent position as a result of a process designed to subvert the will of the people, they will undermine their own integrity. I can't imagine they want that as part of their legacy. I hope they will reconsider and put their own pressure on the board to, at the very least, implement and abide by a genuine democratic process. With my remaining time, I'd like to second the sentiment that both Kevin George and Andrea Zias should reconsider their application and withdraw their names for consideration. I'm a parent and I fully support the teachers' right to strike. I will stand with them for as long as it takes, and I hope you all are prepared for that.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam President. And members, look, this is not a statement about superintendent or who ought to be the superintendent. The organization who I work for, the Baton Rouge Area Chamber, just wants a world-class school system for every student to have a great experience throughout their educational careers. The thing that I did want to mention, though, is the business community was mentioned earlier, and I just kind of want to draw a little distance between what was said, because those remarks seemed a little bit disparaging. The business community that BRAC represents believes very, very deeply in the work of the school system, the work of the administrators, the work of the teachers and the staff who work with our students every day, so much so that we have staffed into the work, working with East Baton Rouge Parish School System to facilitate more than 450 internship opportunities for high school seniors to get into businesses and learn those very crucial business leadership skills. We were instrumental in the program that allowed for early college opportunities, and the 24 students who just graduated from Glen Oaks with high school diplomas and associate's degrees, and those who graduated with industry-based credentials. We believe in this system so much, in the work that emanates from our teachers and our students, that we've invested our own money and resources into the work that this district does. And so from the standpoint of the business community, we believe very, very deeply, and I just wanted to be very clear about that, such that we might not be misconstrued as to not believing in you. That I just want to make very, very clear. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Merrick, Ms. Kissel, and Ms. Hogan.
Good afternoon. As stated earlier, and you know my position, we've all worked with Mr. Smith, and we still say that Mr. Smith is the best. He is one of our own. We still need to look at, I don't understand how you opted to have a search committee, but you did not bring up one time, Mr. Russ, about all the lawsuits that are against Mr. George in St. John Parish. You did not bring up that 100 and some thousand was paid to one man, Elton Ubry. You did not mention all of the lawsuits that are still continued and still active in St. John Parish against Mr. George. And I don't have anything against Mr. George. And like you say, the resume is still active. And you elected even Mr. Narcisse with numerous lawsuits. Now you're going back down the same doggone road. Here we go, pity pack again. And you're going to bring someone else in as superintendent. And every one of you on this board read that information. And if your search committee did what they were supposed to do, you know those lawsuits exist. They exist and they're on file, and it's not saying anything that no one cannot read and cannot get a copy of. Now, I spent all day in Edgard yesterday, so I know they're there. And I know. And also, the school board members for St. John Parish that were there then are there now. You had two people before that ruckus broke out were from St. John, and they automatically admitted and worked with people and talked with people in that group and said that you're not going to have this free will where you're going to come up and talk. Now, there's a problem at LSU Lab going on right now. What's going on with the 8th grade? What's going on with the parents of the 8th graders, and why did they drop out last year? What's going on with them? Decrease in enrollment. What's going on with the 8th grade enrollment even now? There are problems with LSU Laboratory School under the leadership of Mr. George. Okay, so you're going to bring him into our system to work with our kids, and he's not doing and can't handle it, and the principals are upset. They're very upset, and the parents are upset, and the enrollment has dropped. Look at the stats, review them, and you want him here. I don't have anything against him. He's a very nice man. He's everything that you want, but you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, and you grinned in Mr. Smith's friend. You work with him and let everything be worked out. You're going to talk about a resume? What about your resume? You worked with him. You accepted everything he said, and you used it, even for the buses, and you couldn't get it straightened out before he was called into the meetings and work with you. And Ms. Soule, get some backbone. Don't let other people tell you how to vote. You just got on here. You listen to what they told you to do. Stand up for what you believe in.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr.
Merritt.
Russ, do what you need to do.
Thank you, Ms.
Let's get it
Merritt.
straightened out.
Ms. Kissel.
Happy summer. I'm wearing a tank top. Sorry, these are all out of order. I would first like to thank the people at this meeting that I respect, the sign language interpreters, and the poor media staff that have been streaming this online for us. End of list. I have 2 children here. I did not attend these schools. I grew up in Arkansas, but my dad was here during busing and desegregation and went to a bunch of schools, so I know about them. I'm going to steal a line blatantly from someone that I heard at the parent meeting on Monday that I attended. When asked, who is your favorite of the 2 candidates remaining? The answer is Adam Smith. That's for me and for my friend. I attended some of the Monday interviews, and I do prefer one of the 2 remaining candidates. But why should I respect you and tell you when you are going to do the opposite of what I think? I may as well just lie to you, so maybe I'll get what I want. Let's see, where's number 3? That was number 3. I have a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old in the school system. Every single year that they have been in the school system, we have lost a teacher mid-year. That has resulted in shuffling the students around between the classrooms, changing class sizes, basically restarting the school year in the middle of the school year with a whole new system disrupting. My oldest kid didn't really get phonics because he got moved and the stuff got shuffled around, and now we're fighting that this summer. Why would we disrupt that and continue to disrupt that? We have been told teachers are going to leave if you do not pick Adam Smith. So why should more children, like my kids, have to deal with losing teachers in the middle of the year? Because you're going to lose teachers in the middle of the year. Liberty lost like, I don't know, 9 teachers one year, right? So why are we going to do that and pick someone that the people here don't like? And you're interrupting the staff just like you're interrupting my students' school year. If we can limit that happening, that would be great. All right, number 5. I think Nathan Russ should recuse himself from this vote regardless of what he's going to vote for whatever, not because he invited a Moms for Liberty member onto the parent committee, but because he posted on Facebook that he shared her views in his post. This is not just because Moms for Liberty, and I went on their actual website and read their actual goals. This is not just because they are racist, which they are, or because they're homophobic and hate people who are queer like me, which they are, but because one of their stated goals is that parents should not send their students to public schools. So why are you even here on this board of a public school if you agree with their views? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kissel. Ms. Hogan, Ms. Hogan.
Good evening, Kimona Hogan. I spoke earlier in my capacity as a parent who formerly lived in this district. I'm speaking now in my capacity as an attorney. I'm an attorney, a special education attorney, and I deal with your district very often. What you're asking this new candidate, whoever it may be, if it's one of these 2 candidates, is you're asking them to build a plane while they're flying the plane. And it just does not make any sense. Mr. Smith already has the background. He's already built the relationships. It's not going to take him 100 days to get to know the district. He already knows. So we can go ahead and your district can take off hitting the ground running. You can just go ahead and start soaring and flying from here. I think you're setting either one of these candidates up for failure. If they're taking the first 100 days to build relationships, they're not dealing with the dysfunction that's happening in your special education department. And what it is a waste of time, and it's a waste of your taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment cards, we will now turn to comments online.
All right. Melanie Harris writes, I'm a parent of EBR kids.
Mr. Martin, give me just a moment. You all, we want to hear the comments that are online. Please refrain from speaking at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. Melanie Harris writes, I am a parent of EBR kids. I am part of the EBR community. I want radical results. Our school district is failing the vast majority of kids. Someone who is status quo can't bring the change we need. Please pick one of the 2 candidates who participated in the process who has demonstrated results. Rochelle Washington Scott says, as a former principal who left due to the politics and lack of equity in our education system, I am deeply disappointed by the board's decision not to reinstate Adam Smith on the ballot and to proceed with candidates who lack community support. This decision reflects the privilege and political maneuvering that has long plagued Louisiana's education system. Our community is tired of decisions made by a predominantly white board that fails to genuinely care for all students. This isn't just about race. It's a war to save our children from predatory behavior that contributes to the school-to-prison pipeline. Adam Smith has a proven track record of addressing disparities and improving outcomes for Black and brown students. Bringing in an outsider disconnected from our school's unique challenges will erode the progress we've made and dismantle the structures that support our public school system. We must push back against these politically driven choices and advocate for leaders like Adam Smith who are dedicated to fostering a fair and inclusive educational environment for all students. Fairleigh Cook Jackson writes, hello, Fairleigh Cook Jackson, District 5. Considering the actual item at hand being a vote for Zayas or George, I believe of these 2 candidates, Andrea Zayas has the diverse experience, emotional intelligence to help bring unity to our district, and ability to lead with passion, experience, and a listening ear. MK writes, There's a large number of employees who support the board's decision in the final two candidates. However, we don't feel comfortable speaking publicly because of fear of being blackballed because we don't feel the same way the majority feel. I support the vote of Mr. George. The district needs change, and I've witnessed how much he cares for his students, and I believe the students of EBR would benefit from his leadership. Jaden Smith writes, I am a teacher within this district. I see what is being done in the public, and I see what is being done behind the scenes because I am not ignorant to what is being done. I have been in several different districts, and they have done the same thing you are doing. There has to be some accountability, not only to the parents, children, teachers, but mostly to Jesus. We'll have to give account to God about how you handle his children. I don't want to be a part of another man's sin because that means that I agree with what you are all doing. When will this hatred stop? How do we expect the children to work together when the adults on this board cannot work together? Ursula Parkerson says the right decision is Adam Smith. Any other decision is wrong. Without Mr. Smith, we'll see another mass exodus of teachers and students. That isn't a threat, it is a proven fact. We didn't want Dr. Narcisse, and we don't want anyone else. We want Mr. Smith. Rachel Lalonde writes, the community has told you time and again who we want in that seat. Adam Smith, please allow him to continue the good work he has been doing since January. Dr. Mary Leach, based on her interviews, video knowledge, and diverse experiences, in my opinion, Ms. Andrea Zayas is the candidate who can change the trajectory of East Baton Rouge public schools, which are failing. Change is frightening, though necessary. It is time the passionate individuals who have spoken tonight understand individuals, not unlike so many residents, including Adam Smith, are from other communities in and around Louisiana and other states. Let the fight be for academic improvement. And that is all.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. Am I correct in that statement? Yes. We will now return to the board for further comment. And I have entered into the queue. About 2 months ago, Dr. Beach came to the mic, and she stood at the mic, and she said nothing. And there were colleagues of mine who asked, what is she doing? And my question became, why do we not know what she's doing? The First Amendment gives us freedom of expression. And she was expressing herself without words. All of you who have come to the mic to speak, you have done an excellent job with sharing your sentiments. One of my colleagues even mentioned, because we've received a plethora, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if that's even a phrase, of plethoras of emails and phone calls and text messages and emails. Some were the opportunity to share with us the negative traits of our candidates. But for the most part, they were, we want Adam Smith. When I tried to pick panelists, I had a person to tell me, a leader in our community, to tell me, no, I'm not serving on the panel because I'm supporting Adam Smith. As a teacher of social studies, and some of you have heard me say this, I've often had the question from middle and high schoolers that ask me, Ms. Powell, if you weren't teaching, what would you want to do? I said I would want to be a school board member. That means that if I get to serve in any other capacity, that might be God's will, but I'm not looking for anything else. As a part of my class, I would teach students to determine what the qualifications are for school board. If you've never looked at them, I challenge you to do so. The qualifications for a school board member are to live in your district for 5 years and be able to read and write. That's not a high school diploma. That's not a college degree. That's not a degree in education. That's not a degree in law. To read and write. So my question is, What are you expecting out of a group of 9 members when the qualification is simply to read and write? In 2022, in May of 2022, I didn't know anybody that's sitting on this dais with me. I didn't start meeting people who were either serving on the school board or serving in any capacity in regards to this until June of 2022. I recently had this conversation with my opponent, Mr. Jamie Robinson. It was sent or brought to my attention, and I don't mind sharing because y'all know I don't have any secrets. Like I told you, I'm not trying to gain any kind of favor with anybody. My favor is with God. And I will tell you, I had my Metro Council member, my cousin, Chana Banks. I'm saying it for a reason because we know what she stood at that mic and said last December. But she came to me and she asked me to run. Who was helping her at the time was Myra Richardson. She said, "Carla, it's your turn to run." I said, "Chana, you told me that I would need at least $10,000 to run. I'm a teacher, I ain't got $10,000. Myra Richardson then told me, "You ain't got to worry about that. You don't have to have money to run. We know people who can help you." So I was told to show up on Lafayette Street and meet a lady. And a lady and a man interviewed me. They interviewed me, and I shared with them how I felt about schools, how I felt about public schools, and I made mention of certain charter schools and how I didn't understand why were they here because we are already struggling in our district. And I was told to make sure that I mentioned that all schools are quality schools. Fast forward, I won my election. Now, I didn't win my election just because I got money endorsed and given to me. I won my election because I live in my community and I go places in my community and I text my 1,700 contacts in my phone and talk to the people in my community. I go to the churches, more than one, in my community. That's what I do. That's why they thought I was a viable candidate. Not the people who endorsed me, but the people who suggested that I run. Let me fast forward a little bit more. As of February 2023, of course, I found myself the beginning of January serving as vice president of this board. I was told on that night that it was not the plan that you serve. Ms. Shoshone Stewart nominated me. She asked me on that night, "Carla, this what you want to do this?" What did I say? I said, "I want to do what God wants me to do. And if I don't get to serve, I'm fine with that. But I like organization and structure." There were people who had already planned who would be president and vice president of this board. When I served as vice president of this board, I said it is my duty to be able to communicate with everybody. So I decided that I was going to reach out to the interest group that did not endorse me. So that way I could be friends with everybody for colleagues in the work. When I reached out to the other interest group that did not endorse me, and they did not endorse me because I told them I did not have an opinion at all on Cito Narcisse because I did not know the man. And if I had said that I supported him, then they would have endorsed me. But I wasn't going to say something that I didn't know whether or not I approved of him or not. But after I met with him, or after I met with this group, I was invited back to that office on Lafayette Street, and I was pushed a sheet of paper that showed me how much money had been endorsed into my campaign at a rate of $60,000. So I say this to you to say, community, I'm speaking the realities. And I can already tell you now that I won't receive that money again. So if you want me to serve another term, y'all gonna have to support me. You're gonna have to have my back. Now, fast forwarding even more. All throughout last year, all throughout the year, we were being coached. The people who had been endorsed. We receive text messages. We have meetings. We have coaching to tell us what we're supposed to say and do. And guess what? All of these people, the ones that are speaking the way that they are and not allowing the community to say what they need to say, is because they've been told how they're supposed to vote. So what can you expect? What do you expect? I have had just about enough. Last year, we struggled all year. We were completely chaotic. The only thing that we did that was worth something was that we removed the superintendent. Now, that doesn't mean that he was a bad person, but he had been painted in a nicely bad light. So now, what do? We fast forward to this place, and I do apologize, but I missed the phone call that I was supposed to get because the other school board members received their phone call to tell them how they needed to vote. And if they didn't vote that way, if they voted for Adam Smith, they were not going to be supported in the future. So at this point, what do? There's more than one avenue of this community. It's not just the business community. It's not just the parents and teachers. It's not just the teachers and principals. It's not just community leaders. How do we make a decision that is best for everybody? We have to choose to do the right thing. Mr. George, I have met you before. We sat down together back in February at a coffee shop. And you mentioned your interest. And we talked about that. And just like some others have said, I think that you are a brilliant leader. But I will let you know, because I've been told before that I'm not an expert in education. Yet, I have a 4-year degree in education. I have served for 20 years, and I have a master's degree in administration. All I have left to do is take a superintendent test, and I can apply to be a superintendent. But all I say is, if I were you, I'd run the hell away from here. Because here's the reality. If the community is asking for Mr. Smith, and Mr. Smith says he has 3 to 5 years until retirement, and Mr. George has mentioned that he has a decade in him. I remember you said that in your interview. As men and women of God, then that means that we should give him the opportunity. And then, of course, we don't have a problem with welcoming you to come in our district if we have the same layout that we have now. But I don't think that it's fair that you be played. I don't think that it's fair that Ms. Zayas be played. I think that this is grossly disgusting that we do not process the fact that the folks are saying that they want Mr. Smith. that we do not process this, that we allow puppet masters, who are black, by the way, to guide this process. They're not white. So this is why we have to remember that this is not, it looks like a racist battle because we're on this, in this dais. But the puppet masters are black. Now they might be receiving white money, but they black. We are not making decisions for kids right now. None of the stuff we have done here today as a board is about children. It's about money. If we pull our kids out of this school, they don't care about that. Mr. Godet has told me himself, he don't care nothing about you protesting. He don't care nothing about any of this that you're saying. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because there is nothing to lose, and if you pull your kids out, and if you protest, then the system will be dismantled, and that's the point from the beginning. If the system is dismantled, then we will become like other districts that are charter school heavy, and they are not homegrown charters like CSAL and Madison Prep. So this is what I want to say to you. I don't think that we need to make a decision tonight. I think that we need to reconsider. I don't think that we need another search firm. I don't think we need headhunters. I think that we need to rally behind our community, because that's what a democracy is, and do what we need to do to get the person in this seat that needs to be in it. Now, let me dispel 2 more myths for you. I was told in December, I sat in a room with Mr. Gary Chambers. I sat in a room with Dr. Cito Narcisse. And I asked Dr. Narcisse, have you considered the talent in your community? Have you considered the talent in your district? And I asked him, I said, have you considered moving Mr. Smith? There have been some people who've been threatening me with Act 1. Do you think I care? I don't care, because at the end of the day, we have the right people in our district to do the right things, and we need to embrace them. Otherwise, we make our people look stupid. On Tuesday, after the interviews, there were leaders of this district who were in tears, who sit at that back table back there, because what was shared was the fact that we need somebody different, because it's pretty much that our people don't know how to do crap. And they said that they've given their lives to this district. I do stand. I stand with Mr. Smith. I stand with the community. And I'm a teacher first. I stand with the teachers. And we got to get this right. And if you're not on the train to get it right, then that means you might need to be recalled. It is 7:52. If I don't serve as president another day, I'm fine. If I don't serve as a school board member another day, guess what? I'm fine. You can't cancel me from every job in Baton Rouge, and you can't cancel me from every job in the United States. You can't blackball me out of any job in the country or in another country, so I don't really much care. But it's just about time that we do right by the people who have given their lives to our kids. But at the end of the day, let's remember, the people that on this dais had 2 requirements: to be able to read and write, and to live in their house for 5 years. Thank you. Mr. Martin. For stating how you feel, just as I have too. Y'all know what my words are. Keep me in your prayers. As always, keep me in your prayers. Keep me in your prayers. God bless you all. Now at this point, thank you, Mr. Bill Brew. Thank you, Mr. Bill Brew. Thank you. Thank you. We're not going to jail tonight. I know some people told me y'all ready. I know y'all ready, but we're not going to jail tonight. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and we're going to finish our meeting. And if time allows, we will get to the committee of the whole. Okay? So there are some additional comments. There are additional board comments at this time. There are additional board comments at this time. You all trust that I will be fine. Y'all know I'll always invite people to my house, and I don't have the nicest house in Scotland. Yes, sir, I got you, but I don't expect to have any. Okay? So, Mr. Martin, you have 5 minutes.
When I had my first fundraiser with that part of our community who have been absolutely and unfairly demonized tonight, I told them, half of you in this room are not going to like me in 4 years because I'm going to do what I think is right. I'm not.
Please remain quiet, everyone. Remain quiet, Ms. Harmon. Okay, Ms. Harmon, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart. Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
There's not a single person who told me, I can't speak to what anybody told President Powell Lewis or anybody else, but there's not a single person, business community, the quote-unquote interest groups who funded, who supported various candidates in the election. Not a single person has told me, if you don't vote the way we're telling you to, you won't be supported again. Mr. Robbins is right. I did say earlier I'm not going to waste my breath, but I didn't say I'm not going to waste my breath explaining why I do what I do. I owe it to my constituents and to everybody in Baton Rouge that's affected by the decisions this board makes to explain why I did what I did and why I take the actions I do. And I explained last week, a week and a half ago, why I wasn't putting Mr. Smith on my list of finalists. I explained that again tonight. What I said I wasn't going to waste my breath on was trying to convince people that I am motivated by the reasons I say I'm motivated, that I am doing what I believe is right. That's all I can do. Y'all clearly disagree with me. The people in this room very clearly disagree with me. My responsibility is to do what I think is right, and that's what motivates my vote. Not pressure from interest groups, not responding to people who threaten not to educate children if we don't give them what they're demanding. I'm not going to respond to that pressure one way or another. I've had a lot of pressure put on me tonight from all of you, and I'm not going to cast my vote in response to that pressure any more than I cast my vote last week in making the finalist decision because of the result of what the business community or others wanted. I'm going to vote what I think is right. And what I think tonight is right, I think the person most poised to move our system forward based on everything I've read, based on comments that I received from principals and teachers, from parents in the aftermath and the wake of the public panels that we had on Monday, is to support Kevin George for superintendent. And that's how I'm going to be casting my vote tonight. And the influence on that is myself and what I believe is right based on listening to everybody, many of whom share your opinion, many of whom do not, and have called and told me that. And that's why I'm going to be supporting Mr. George tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis.
Madam President, I try my best not to even get emotional. You have made me feel for the first time ever, one of the proudest moments of serving on this dais, because you're not afraid. At some point, you have to just not be afraid to tell the truth. And for you taking that moment to show people that we will stand with them on this vote, we will stand with them and hear their voice, and you demonstrated that by telling your truth. I just want you to understand what we can do and what we can accomplish when we listen to them, when we follow them, and how far we can go. Now, I can't tell anybody how else they're going to vote tonight, but the people have spoken. This has nothing to do with you, Brother George. I promise you. You're an incredible person, an incredible man. You've done phenomenal work. But when your community calls, you have to listen. That's the reason why we were elected. That's our sworn duty, is to listen to them. And with that being said, no vote shall be cast tonight. From these board members who have stood up and said they're not going to do it, you will not get a vote from me. And that's not towards you. I'm saying in general, no vote shall be cast tonight. The people have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
First of all, thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the candidates that applied and that have come out and met with us and taken the time out to give us an explanation of why they would like to join our district. And thank you for that. But as some of the same sentiments as some of my colleagues have said, and some of my constituents, a lot of my constituents have reached out, my vote is not just my vote. Yes, I was elected to represent, and upon their representation comes the wisdom, knowledge, expertise that I have, and with that, it encompasses the ability for me to be able to use that to make a conscious decision. And that conscious decision goes along with listening to my constituents. And of course, my constituents would like for me to give Adam a chance, and I have no problem with doing that, and I've said that from the beginning. And this goes not against any of the candidates, but as some of my colleagues have mentioned, I won't be making a vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
First of all, thank you, Madam President Powell. There's power in truth, and there's power in everyone's story. Thank you for giving us a snapshot, a glimpse of your story and your power tonight. Along with my colleagues, I won't cast a vote tonight neither. And it doesn't have anything to do with Mr. George or Ms. Zayas. Anytime you offer yourself up for public service, you're jumping on the grenade. But
Mr. Stewart.
Well, I've never seen one of those paychecks. But again, and I'd like to say thank you to all the principals, teachers. You know, I represent probably the most diverse district of the 9. I represent the most diverse district in this city. And the sentiment has been overwhelming for Mr. Smith. And I understand we live in a democracy, and it's on the ballot in Washington, and it's on the ballot in Baton Rouge. Thank them for all that they do every day. And again, that sentiment has been overwhelming for Mr. Smith. And this is a representative democracy, a representative government, and that's what I do. I represent the people, the 5,800 people who voted for me, and about the 5,000 who didn't. I represent them as well. So again, thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you for all the support and all the letters for and against, but overwhelming the for. And my vote is no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you, President Lewis. I just wanted to respond since my name was called out directly. I want it to be on the record that I was not supported by that group. I was actively campaigned against by that group.
Yes, sir, you are correct. I remember you stating that before.
Okay, and so I take orders from no one. I am retired. I have no business. I have no contracts. I have no nothing from anybody. The only paycheck I get is a couple $100 a month like everyone else in this DS gets. I am not bought and sold. I have never bought and sold my vote and never will. And for anybody out there in the audience or anywhere to imply that I have is just an outright defamation of character. Because I have never, ever done that. You may disagree with my vote. You may have a different opinion and all that sort of stuff. All that is good, but don't impinge my character.
In point of information, you all, he is correct in all that he is stating.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Ms. Ulay.
Wow, I've learned a lot today and in this process. No one in an interest group told me how to vote. I got so many emails. I watched every video multiple times. I read every interview. I called the references on the top 3. I met with all of my principals. I met with teachers. I met with the panelists. I took it very seriously. I picked the panelists as we were instructed. I made sure they were in my district and some that don't vote like I vote. I asked people that had served on the board before. I prayed. I'm still praying. And I listened, and I've listened, and I've looked everybody in the eye as they've spoken to me, and I have really learned a lot. But as Mike said, no one has paid me for my vote. No one has showed me money and offered to pay me money for my vote. And I am sorry that anybody even thinks that is not true. No one has paid me for my vote.
Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. I wasn't sure whether it was worth responding to, but I'm disappointed in some of the things that were said. To me, it sounds like an alternate reality. I don't know what coaching sessions I've never been a part of any coaching sessions. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but no one's ever asked me or instructed me how to vote, not just on this matter, but on any matter in the 10 years I've served on this board. I haven't had anybody ask me to support any one candidate or make threaten me or ask or tell me how I had to vote. I can't imagine anybody would think that I would really care if they threatened me or asked me to vote a certain way. But that's all I really have to say. I'll make my vote later, but I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Mr. Ballou. Mr. Russ.
Thank you, Madam President. I've never been so profoundly disappointed in a community, in a friend, at the show that we have seen tonight.
Mr. Stewart.
When I embarked to take on this role, and as I took on this role, I've had so many people question why I would spend my energy in this space. Because education in East Baton Rouge Parish has been a lost cause for a long time. And I suppose I'm naive in thinking that we can hope for better, and that in joining this board, there was an opportunity to build relationships with people. I've spent an enormous amount of time trying to build trust with my colleagues on the board, with people in our community across the parish. And over, I face every roadblock that we all face in trying to build relationships. Lack of understanding, communication, empathy, all the things we face when we try to understand each other as humans. And I've sought to be understanding in that because we all have those failures together as a community, as people. We all don't show up on our best day and give our best selves and make the best decisions at times. But I've been very unsuccessful in building trust and relationships on this board, regardless of always doing what I said I would do. Never once having a vote for sale. I promise you people that are listening in the audience and in online, everyone in the community, I'm not a rich man. Anybody that actually knows us knows how hard my family works to put food on the table. There's nobody in my community that has ever not had the trust to come and tell me what I should vote. But it's really not worth the time trying to convince people when they've made up their mind about you. You can only be judged by your actions. I show up every time that we're supposed to show up in this room. I show up to every part of this role that I possibly can and put out my best. If you, the cognitive dissonance it takes to think that people would want to do this for money is insane. There is no amount of money that could motivate people to do this because it is thankless and it takes some kind of driving force and passion for people to show up and serve on this board. And that is something that I have never questioned about any of my colleagues, not one. Not a single one. We all have a lot of different viewpoints about how we want to get where we're going and how we advocate for our communities. But I will never call their motives into question. But that's happened to me a lot. And it makes it very, very difficult for me to get where we need to go. So felt like I had to say my piece about that because it has become very, very clear the lines that are being drawn across this board. And I want to make sure that people understand on this board as well as in the public that I have given you my best. And I am still your friends. I am still here to work with you for the best of what is good for children, and will serve in that as long as I can. My vote goes to Mr. George tonight. I had never met Mr. George until a couple weeks ago, but I can tell you he blew my socks off. He is an excellent leader, and I think we would be privileged to have him in this system. I think our colleagues need to take a real hard look in the mirror and think about who set up this process, because our board leadership has led us through this process. We all agreed upon it. And I don't think when we don't get the way or the outcome that we want, that it is professional, respectable, responsible to decide to throw it in the toilet. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, voting will be conducted via roll call vote in district order. As board president, I elect to vote last. Board secretary, please conduct the roll call vote.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Kevin George.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Abstain.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Abstain.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Abstain.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Mr. George.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Abstain.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Mr. George.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Mr. George.
4 for Mr. George.
Abstain.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay.
President Powell Lewis.
Okay, so considering, Mr. Shamlin, that there are only 4 votes for a candidate and there are 5 of us who have abstained, what is the next step in this process?
President Powell Lewis, you could choose to conduct another round of voting, and you can continue to vote until you believe you might get a change or.
Okay. All right, so there is a comment from a board member, so thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Madam President. Understanding that we have a deadlock and no one has the votes as it currently stands, I move that we close this process and we move it to a date uncertain for board leadership to get together so that we can so that we can resolve the finalists for superintendent.
Thank you. So there is a motion on the floor that we close this process and move it to a date uncertain, correct? Okay, comments from the board at this time?
I second it.
Okay, it has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yeah, I was going to second it, but since she jumped in, she can do that. That's fine. I think it's very unfortunate that we embarked down this path last December. I think a lot of things were said and a lot of things were made and a lot of promises were made that has been divisive to both this district and to this board. And I think everyone needs to be able to take a step back because none of this train wreck is going in the direction that the people who started the trains in motion back in last December, I think, really intended it to go. Or maybe it is, I don't know. But I strongly support the resolution or the motion to delay because I cannot, in good conscience, bring someone in to be superintendent, whoever it is, with a board that is this divided, with leadership on this board, which I'm very disappointed in that is this divided, that I just don't think it's healthy for us to be able to bring someone in to do that. I mentioned many, many times that we were taking way too long to get in this process. This is exactly the outcome I was worried about, that we get here, because I knew how divisive this would be. I had been through 2 superintendent searches before, and I knew where this could head. Okay, but no one wanted to listen. No one wanted to move it quicker. No one wanted to do these kinds of things, and we are where we are. But we are too divided to go forth and do anything right now. It would be unfair to our students. It'd be unfair to our employees. It'd be unfair to the candidates. And as far as those talking about school starting in 2 weeks, I think Ms. Zahas made a very good comment at the time of her thing. She goes, look, guys, planning for school starting was done in May and April and that sort of thing. Whoever comes in as superintendent will not change one thing about the start of school, okay? Making a bad decision to come in and have somebody here on the ground when the day school opens is a decision we could be paying for 5 years, simply to make it be something for one day where it'll have no impact. Okay? So I don't buy anything that says by delaying we're harming the school system or anything else. The way not to harm the school system is to make the correct choice with a unified, I'm not saying who it is, don't put words in my mouth, for us to get together as a board and have much more unity, both in leadership and in practice, and let's figure out how we do this together. Because we can sit here and fight all we want, and we'll just keep fighting, and the more we fight, the worse it is for our students, the worse it is for our employees, and the worse it is for everybody. And I'm not saying that endorsing anybody. And someone asked, why did I abstain on the vote? I'm going to be honest with you. I've had 3 opportunities to vote for Adam Smith for superintendent. I haven't at any of those times, okay? Me doing it one more time won't make any difference. People know where I stand. I've sat down with Mr. Smith face to face and explained my reasoning and what my thoughts were, and I will not apologize for that vote. But I wasn't going to do it again. I mean, how many times do I have to say the same thing, okay? And so I don't know where this is going. All I know is we're not ready to take the trip right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I don't support pushing this back to a date uncertain because we have deadlines within which we must act. Mr. Shamlin, when do we have to take action to appoint a non-interim superintendent?
So the law states that the board has the authority to appoint an interim superintendent for 6 months. That's the language. Mr. Smith was appointed in January, I think January 23rd, so we would have until July 23rd of this month to make a permanent appointment.
Thank you. So that's a very short period of time. We need to take action. That action might be, and my preference would be, to appoint our permanent superintendent from one of the 2 finalists that we have selected through the process we all agreed on. But we have to take action, even if it's to appoint a caretaker acting superintendent on a short-term contract or a long-term contract that we can terminate at any point. But if we can't come to agreement, if we're as far apart as the rhetoric has made us out to be tonight, then I don't see a whole lot of prospects of us coming to terms on somebody else to step into an acting superintendent role. So I think it is incumbent upon us, in order to fulfill our requirement of law, that we come back sooner than that. So I would like to make a substitute motion to defer this until Monday, whatever the date of Monday is.
Okay, so there's a substitute motion on the floor to defer this process until Monday. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board. I have actually entered into the queue, and I can keep myself in just to share. Number one, a weekend is not going to make a difference. Not only that, but I will say that I know that I will be out of town at that time, and so I know I would not be able to serve, which of course, you know, maybe that's the plan anyway. I don't know, but with that in mind, I really think that we should delay this even further. Possibly even get through the beginning of school if that's the case. Also, I would like to share, thank you so much, Mr. Gode. I understand your sentiments, and you and I have had conversations about that in the past. Also, I will share one of the prayer requests this morning was in regards to healing, and we knew what this was going to be like tonight. We all knew. Everybody had a glimpse of what this would be like. And so what I will share with you as well is that that's one of the reasons why I've been pushing for the book study, and that's another reason why I have also been asking for us to possibly get a school board coach that can serve on retainer to help us to build as a board, to be able to team build, and for us to be able to rectify our dysfunction. I had the opportunity to have breakfast with a group yesterday morning, and I shared that we were in a place of dysfunction, and they said we were not, and I'm like, oh my Lord, they must not know us very well. But we do need to get this right, and we do need to make sure that we're on the same page and that we're all making the decisions that we need to for kids. And then we also got to make sure that we are making the decisions that reside within our communities. I just simply want to say one more time that, you know, it's not hard to find out what your communities need. It's not hard for you to ask those questions. The easiest place to do that, you can go to the voter registration office and get the document that shows you who all voted. You know, grassroots means call those people, develop a relationship with your community, and that way you will know what they desire, and you will not just be focused on one level of the community, but all. So thank you. Those are my comments. Mr. Lanus.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with your sentiments 110%. This will not be a rush process. I think that has been said tonight. We're not going to rush the people. We're not going to rush to come up with somebody and just throw something on the wall. And again, as I said before, this has nothing to do with the candidates putting their names in. You all did what you were supposed to do. This process just was messed up, and it has nothing to do with you. But what I will say again, we are not going to rush this process. What we are going to do is instill confidence, faith, and hope in our school system, work with our teachers, understand what are their true needs, and allow what we have now to continue to grow and manifest. We're on the right track. I like the way we are going, and thank you for your comments.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So remember that we are speaking on the substitute motion of having or revisiting this conversation on Monday. Mr. Ballou.
I don't have a speech to give, Mr. Shamlin. I just want to know what, if we don't reach or we don't appoint a superintendent by that date, what happens then?
That's a complicated question. I've actually sought opinion from counsel, kind of anticipating this potential. And the question I had specifically was, what are the consequences for the board? And your attorneys are going to always tell you that the preferred answer is to stay compliant with the law. And so as your attorney, my advice to you is to appoint a permanent superintendent sometime between now and July 23rd to stay compliant with the law. In the event you don't, the question I had to my counsel was, what are the consequences, potential legal consequences? And this is a gray area. Per my conversations with people who work in who have done this work with other boards, this is really untested waters. There's always the potential for a lawsuit against the board, potentially a writ of mandamus or some request to order the board to do something. There's still the question of if there's an order to the board to appoint someone, they can't force you to appoint a particular person. It would just be an order to move ahead and appoint. So there are lots of questions that are still unanswered because we've never been down this road before. There could be legal fees due the board if we fail in defending you on that. But potentially there could be a lawsuit against the board if there's a violation of law because we don't appoint by the 23rd of July. Does that answer your question, Ms. Blue?
Yes,
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comment from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public, and this is in regards to the substitute motion of coming back to this space on Monday to have the rest of this conversation and the vote. Mr. Robinson.
Okay. First, I'm in opposition of this coming Monday if my school board member, Carla Powell Lewis, is not here. I would like her to be here before y'all do anything else. I thank you so much. And like I told you in the hallway, when we were running, I told you them people were liars. Didn't I tell you that? And I told you that I am immensely proud of you because when you found out they were lies, you did something. And I see the change. And I want you to know I won't be running in District 3 if Carla Powell Lewis is. And I'm going to support you wholeheartedly and be your #1 supporter. And I mean that. Now, back to this. I don't want you to move forward on Monday also because I don't think you have 2 viable candidates, and I'm going to tell you why. I heard the thing, we got to be able to connect the dots here. Our community isn't going to stop just with it not being Adam Smith. We're also not going to allow those people that you told us about, Ms. Powell, that I believe to, because I've been saying it all along, to be corrupt individuals, because the 4 members who I do believe to be bought and paid for, Mr. Ballou, Mr. Martin, Mr. Rust, and Ms. Sula, you knew, but to know that they were supported, and all 4 of you guys voted for Mr. George, I don't want Mr. George nowhere near my children in the East Baton Rouge Parish school system simply because he is supported by the people who have tried to intimidate and buy people on this board. He's a black guy. Oh well. They may say Jamie Robinson's tearing down another black man. Jamie Robinson isn't tearing down no black man. Jamie Robinson's trying to protect black, brown, white children because every child matters. And anybody who the Baton Rouge Student Alliance, I'm going to say the name, Baton Rouge Student Alliance is supporting, I'm against. Because when I heard Ms. Powell Lewis say, when she sat and had coffee with him on Friday, Ms. Lewis as a panelist, I asked him a question. I said, Mr. George, have you ever met Ms. Dugan? He said, I met her for coffee once. I'm wondering, was in February, was she there at that coffee? So if they've been a part of this process with them from the beginning, I don't want it. And I would ask you not to go forward on Monday, and anybody but their candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews.
Jamie's so tall. Okay. I want y'all to take a look around this room. And who y'all can't see in the overflow room. And out there. We have a lot of visitors that we haven't had since December, y'all. Some people that we thought we got rid of, they back. Now, I don't know if they're here with a certain candidate who we had rumor was gonna bring a certain person back, or if that certain person maybe be trying to creep in as an additional candidate and try to come back after y'all just bought out that contract. But I'm gonna tell you this, like the 2 unions just told you, we not coming to work on the 8th. That part.
Thank you, Mr. Bill Brew.
We not working for anybody but Mr. Smith. Just like people were quitting and retired. We're tired. We're tired of not being listened to. We're tired of being disrespected. We're tired of the safety issues. We're tired of all of it. But y'all can look at the other statistics with some of the candidates. Those teachers in those districts were tired too, because they left there too. They sued there too. Can this district take any more lawsuits? Do you want lawsuits settled without coming to the board? Apparently, you do, because you just voted for it. You said you took that conversation, and you took it to heart. No, you didn't. You didn't. That's not what the district needs. Now, I stayed away from talking about either of these 2 candidates the entire time I was up here. I didn't mention any of the indiscretions at all. I was a good girl, and I'm never a good girl. Ever. But you didn't listen. Now, Monday ain't gonna fix nothing unless Monday you're bringing a temporary contract to extend Mr. Smith until we can get this figured out. And by the way, as far as unity, y'all are way more united than the last board, because the last board was an utter mess. So y'all are not as far off as y'all think y'all are. Those of y'all, if y'all actually watched previous board meetings, if y'all actually participated in education, y'all would know y'all are not as bad as the previous board. But those of us that have been here, that spend our lives here, y'all are a lot better than the previous one. But this is our district. These are our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
Yeah.
Ms. Kissel. And I hope I'm saying your last name correctly.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay.
I left my bag over there, so that's my bag. I'm sorry.
We got it.
This is about the delay. I support a delay. I do not agree with Monday. I've agreed to babysit for someone, so I won't be here. I think we should delay until the deadline day for the drama, because why the hell not? We're already here. We already got the drama. Why not just make it the finish line and sign a contract on the 23rd at midnight? That's where we're at. All right, and if we do that, let's do another round of public events with your constituents, because you don't listen to the usual suspects like me with the weird earrings and the knitting and all the people in the hall that you see all the time because we have free time and no lives. Talk to the actual people on the ground who've got kids, who work multiple jobs, who are speaking other languages with their kids at home, who are working 3 jobs to make ends meet. Hold a meeting you just hold a 24-hour meeting where you sit in a room and we bring you coffee and you listen to anybody who walks up to you. Set it in a school in your district. Sit there for 24 hours with bathroom breaks. I'm not going to make you sit there the whole time in a diaper. And actually talk to the people in your district and publicize where you were. Because I went to the meetings where you had the facilitator come and talk about the candidates, and it was great. And people talked, and some of y'all were there, and I appreciate that because you actually listened, but you all need to have a meeting with all of your constituents at a 24-hour time so you hit all the people who got weird jobs or who are caring for relatives. Okay, I said I had a preferred candidate, but I didn't tell you who, but y'all voted for the one I didn't like, so there you go. I was right on that. If the teachers all quit because of this, I support them. I would not work for y'all. I wouldn't. I've thought about looking for a job. I wouldn't work with y'all. I got a whole minute. Great. I thought I was going to be over. Carla Powell-Lewis, thank you for what you said about the moneyed interest in this district and how much money they're willing to spend. And it's not because y'all are getting paid to be on this board. It's because they are getting the money, Nathan Rust, for the contracts that will get them the funds. It's all of those private contracts for the online systems and for the school buildings and the maintenance and the subs and the cafeteria workers. That's the money that they're coming for, not for your paycheck as a board member, which is like peanuts. Thank you for your comments, Carla. You have earned the first ever scarf that I have given to a board member. I will bring it to you in a second. And Gode, thank you for your vote. You're on my short list.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, 3 minutes, Mr. Stewart.
As far as the sob stories by some of our magnanimous Caucasoid brothers, ... Please, you must think we are a bunch of frickin' idiots. That's like saying Donald Trump is the most moral individual on the planet. Yeah, okay, right. As far as bad schools are concerned, there are no bad schools. You are listening to, or maybe not listening to, a very seasoned teacher who spent probably 90% of his time in, quote, alternative classrooms with children who were overaged and came to school with ankle bracelets on, just disconnected, disenfranchised. No student I ever taught did not pass a test. All of them did. There are no bad schools. There are bad, quote, parents, okay? So let's stop labeling our schools and our teachers as bad. I've been preaching for years that we need to have boot camp models. Just like when you go to the military, they don't care if you're black, white, whether you got off the bus, whether you flew in there, however you got there. When you step into these Hollywood classrooms, you will conduct yourself like this. You will cooperate. You will learn. We are providing these children and their parents and or guardians with much too much latitude to be foolish. That is why schools are bad. When you have schools where you have the clientele, the vast majority of the clientele is not interested in the product that you have to offer, of course they're going to be bad. And we let them conduct themselves like this. So the schools are not bad. The clientele, we are allowing our clientele to be out of control inside of our schools, okay? Teachers are not daycare attendants. and we need to stop treating them like such. We don't trust you Caucasian white members as far as we can throw you just straight up. All the little sob stories and the little explanations and all that's supposed to butter us up. It ain't working anymore. To the black preachers, the black community, please let's do whatever it takes to let these people know that the okie doke, it is over. All of this, us white folk know what's best for you black children. We got a 90% or thereabout black clientele in our school system, and we want these 5 white folk to tell us how we need to teach our children. And think about it, y'all ain't never taught in a classroom probably a day in your life. You don't want anything to do. You don't want your kids, your grandkids, anybody affiliated. But I sure want to control the money, though. So, I mean, who do you, a black community, brown community, any white community that's really about it? We got to shut this lunacy down. We got to let these people know that we are not going to allow you to dictate and control us like this anymore. I'm begging you, do not under any circumstances, teachers, everybody, cafeteria, bus drivers, do not show up for work, go to work at Walmart, do whatever you have to do to let these 5 people know we are not going to go for your foolishness anymore.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Tonight is a good night to show up at the school board meeting. Ms. Lewis, I'm so proud of you for telling your truth. I'm speaking well now. I'm excited. I'm happy, you know. It's beautiful when you can live in your truth. You know, when we got members up here, yeah, they took meetings. They won't stand in their truth, but it all comes out in the wash. Nathan Russ, you say we can only judge you by your actions. Well, your actions show that you chose the Moms for Liberty, which is a white right-wing conservative group, and they prejudice. So those are your actions. That is who you are, and it's coming to the light. Like I told you, I'll work with anybody, not prejudiced, not racist. So I'm gonna work with you, but I know who you are, and you know now you know who you dealing with when you come to Woodlawn. I'll work with anyone, but we know who you are, and we're not afraid. Good luck to you next time you run.
Thank you. Mr. Glasper.
I'm going to make sure this is my last comment, but I want to thank the board for trying to work this thing out, because if you don't work it out as a board member and board members, then where's the school system going? And I want to say this. One thing about anybody that knows me, I don't sanitize, I don't lie. When I spoke to the people in the business community, and just what you all said, Mr. Godin, you were right. It's a show that you shouldn't even be involved in. And I tell people all the time, you're trying to make it out of something that is not there. This is about a system working together, because the business people that I know, they hire people out the system. They want to see the system go. But you got to have confidence at this level. And that's all. So as you all work through this, you can't work through it overnight. And to the legal counsel, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I served for 8 years, and I understand that this board has the authority to, if it was a rule that you all put in that won't allow an individual more than 6 months, well, you have the authority to amend that rule. If it's state law, then talk to the Attorney General's office, the Attorney General. Am I right? You talk to the Attorney General, whoever you need to talk to. And then you all can figure it out. It can be worked out, but I like to see you all come together. And I want to say this to you. I don't work for the Chamber of Commerce. I'm not on anybody's payroll but Darryl Glass's payroll, okay? So I'm a businessman, and I work for myself. And the ones that I talked to said they want you to do exactly what you're doing, Mr. Gauthier. They want you all to start working together as a board to come up with a comprehensive plan to strengthen the weaknesses of the system. You got great strengths, because my daughter is a 4.5. I'd never even heard of that when I was in 1971. I thought we was at 4.0. So I want to say to you, thank you all tonight. I'm gone, because I just think that you all are going to delay it. Monday is not going to be a good day. So if you have to delay it until the 20th, you have 3 days to work it out. But you all work it out. And I think you're moving in the right direction. And I'm going to say this last thing. As an elected official, you're going to have people make comments for you and comments against you. I've had them made all kind of comments about me. You have to let that water run down your back because you have a fiduciary responsibility to represent every kid, white, black, individual in this community. And the community want to see you all work together. Thank you all so much, and I'm gone. You won't see me no more.
Thank you. Ms. McMillan.
Tanya McMillan, parent of a child in East Baton Rouge Parish School System. I want to speak on this Monday vote. I definitely don't think that's enough time for you guys to really look through some of the 17 candidates that you guys actually had apply, because I know some of y'all hadn't really looked at them yet. So I would suggest that you take some time and actually look at those and consider Adrian Hammett as an alternate, because he has improved his reading scores in 5 years that he's been superintendent. When he took over, his school district was failing 2 years in a row. It's now several points away from being an A-rated school district. His reading scores, proficiency scores were in the 40% when he took over in 2019. Now in 2024, they're in the mid-80s, okay? This man said that he was not seeing the parents he needed to see at school board meetings, so you know what he did? He did a district-wide bus tour, and he went to the apartment complexes and the churches to talk to those parents. If that's not what we need, or something like that for this community, I don't know what we need. I don't know what we need. So if they want Kevin George and y'all want Adam Smith, who's the compromise? We have to start thinking strategic here. We have to start thinking strategy here. Who are we going to compromise on to unite not only this board, but this community? Because y'all not going to get y'all way, and chances are y'all not going to get y'all's. Who's going to be the compromise? And as far as talking to the business community, I have paid taxes as a business owner in this community for 13 years. No one has ever knocked on my door and asked my opinion as a business owner. And I'm not hard to find, because many of y'all attend the Rotary Club meetings every Wednesday right next door to my salon. What business community are you talking to? My clients have kids that go to school in EBR. Go to the barbershops. Go to the hair salons. And you will find your answers. You will talk to the parents of kids in EBR. I'm very friendly, and I do all kinds of hair, white, black, and everything in between. Complimentary cut on me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Harmon, then Ms. Smith, and then Ms. Porter.
Hello, I'm Maria Harmon, a resident in District 6, representing Step Up, Louisiana. I don't feel comfortable with y'all making a decision on Monday, mainly because your board president isn't going to be here. And I just want to make sure if you're going to make a serious decision, depending on the leader, everybody needs to be present. I don't think what we're looking at 72 plus hours to make a decision. Like I said earlier, these are critical times that we're in. I commend what you said today, School Board Member Lewis, and just want to let you know we have your back. We do have your back. I hope that moving forward that people really operate in a sense of moral clarity as board members. Our children are relying on you, seriously. I commend all the board members who abstained their vote tonight, because this was not an ethical process whatsoever. I'm still wrapping my mind around the fact that the community and constituents have repeatedly said that they want Adam Smith, but we have school board members saying that I'm going to do what I think is best, and that does not sound like community. That does not sound like democracy. That sounds like cronyism and authoritarianism. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like paternalism. And these are all aspects of white supremacy culture. And as you work with your board coach, I pray that they instill some sense of anti-racist training to go ahead with the leadership. As an organizational leader dealing with multicultural people with different backgrounds, I know definitely what I'm talking about. And it is necessary. It is seriously necessary because a lot of people show up with inherent biases, whether they know it or not, operating in scopes of privilege and bubbles and ways of thinking and multiple blind spots and don't even know it. You can have the best intentions out there, but the impact could be adversarial to what your intention is. So I pray that the coach that you guys work with will help to bring a sense of moral clarity in how you move together as a board, because we're counting on y'all, seriously. And we will continue to hold y'all accountable. And again, I'm just gonna echo and say that the only thing that makes sense moving forward at this point is going with Adam Smith. I hope and pray that you guys think about looking at his contract and hopefully moving in a direction of permanent placement for him here as a superintendent, because he is more than deserving. He has proven himself time and time again. He was able to fix a budget for everybody to operate within the timeline that we needed to, and I hope that we make a sensible decision in the timeline that we have to choose a new leader. Our children are rating and depending. Like, we're serving 40,000 students, 30,000 of them are Black. It's time. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Before we continue, Mr. Shamlin, will you remind us of what the process should be since it is 8:50?
Yes, ma'am. Per policy, all board meetings, special and regular, are scheduled to end at 9 p.m.
Okay.
unless the board takes a vote to extend beyond that time. So my advice would be to check to see how many cards you have left in terms of speakers,
Okay.
to see if we can finish by 9 or take a vote.
Okay, so I have 3 public comment cards. Do you have any online comment, Mr. Martin?
We have only one on this topic.
Okay, so there are 4 public comments that are left at this time. And so what does does there have to be a unanimous motion? I
Yes.
don't remember.
Yes, and it's
Okay.
be unanimous of those board members present.
Okay, so is there a motion to extend the time? Okay, all right. So seeing that, then we will continue with these 4 comments, and then, of course, our meeting will end accordingly. All right, so the next would be Ms. Smith.
I do not support the delay. I'm sorry, I don't support the meeting on Monday. I don't. And I want to say to you, Ms. Lewis, the courage, the bravery, and the integrity that it took to sit and tell your truth, I commend you. I respect you. I thank you. To the members who abstained from the vote, same thing to you. Mr. Goday, I appreciate you as well. I want to say that there's a historical precedent here tonight, and I was very intentional by bringing my children. I wanted them to witness this. People often say, oh, if I lived back in this time, I would do this, or if I was there, I would be doing that. Well, this is that time right now, and it's important that we be very intentional about how we move forward and very strategic in it, and I appreciate what this board has decided to do. Project 2025 is in full effect right now to undermine this East Baton Rouge Parish school system. It's almost 9 o'clock. My children are sitting fidgeting. They're hungry, they're tired. Teachers are sitting fidgeting, hungry and tired. Parents. This is usually what happens on a school night, 9 o'clock. We're still up. We're still trying to get through homework. Everybody's trying to figure out what's going on. This is typical of this school system, and it's being demonstrated and played out right here with this board. It's a very sinister plan. It is very, parents are reprimanded when we don't do the right thing in this system. Students are written up, teachers are written up. I need to know, Mr. Shamlin, what by the law happens, what's the code of conduct and ethics for the people on this board who don't do what they're supposed to do? I haven't heard anything about that. I haven't seen that online, and I would like to. I would like to see the charter for this board, not the things that y'all have. What's the charter that tells us what the procedural processes are so that we as a public can be informed of that? We need to know that. And if there is a code of conduct, because you all are public officials, there are people on this board who have not adhered to that, and something needs to be done about that. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mother Pearl. Okay, she waves. Okay, Ms. Nyman. Okay, so Ms. Nyman waves. All right, so comments, online comments.
Yes, on this item, AB writes, board leadership should be present for the meeting. Do not reschedule unless they are present. Also, if no superintendent is selected, be cautioned that the state superintendent of education, Cade Brumley, may appoint someone which may have been the motive the entire time. Further emasculate and use a black man like Mr. George as a pawn for a greater purpose or agenda to harm poor students and students of color.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comments, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. As we're obviously about to run out of time, and this will be deferred without date, or I guess deferred until next Thursday if we don't, as unfinished business, if we don't get to vote on either of these motions just now. I wanted to comment on something that my friend Ms. Matthews said. And others have made this observation to me this week, that if you look at the collective history of this board over the last year and a half, we have in fact been much more unified than we appear to be right now. We're in a rough spot right now. But if you look collectively at the votes we have taken, the actions that we have done, the hard decisions that we've made together, some of which continue to reverberate and which remain controversial. If you look collectively at it, this board has with virtual unanimity expressed the opinion that our fundamental devotion is to educating the kids who are in our system now, the kids that that continue to come to the public school. It is not, and we've got unanimous agreement on the board of this, that it is not to attract back those that have fled our system. That's not what our mission is. Our mission is, and there is unanimous agreement on the board with this, our mission is to educate primarily the impoverished children of this community. That's what we're here to do. One of the reasons I supported Mr. George is because he talked about leaving a very cushy, nice job because he felt called to serve those who need us the most, who need public education the most. And so,
Mr. Stewart.
And I have taken votes in support of all of those ideals. Tonight and last week, I take a different vote. And suddenly, I'm not just wrong in the eyes of many who commented tonight. They don't just disagree with me. I'm a bad person. That's what y'all have said. I'm going to continue to do what I think is right for the kids. I'm not, as Mr. Glasper said, you got to let this roll off your back. It's a unfortunate price of being a public official. So I'm going to continue my devotion, and I just want to remind us all that we have been remarkably unified on this board on what really matters, which is that we want our children, the children of this community, the children who are served by our teachers every day, our very devoted teachers, the children who are fed by our devoted child nutrition workers every day during the school year. That's why we're here, and that's why we'll continue to be here, and that's why we'll get through this unfortunate and very unpleasant time. And that's why you will never hear me question the motives of anybody who gets up here, anybody on the podium, any member of the public, any teacher or employee of ours. I'm never going to impugn their integrity or impugn their motives or suggest that they're bought and paid for or that they're voting for their own particular interests, because I know that everybody, even those people who said harsh words about me tonight, are devoted and believe that they're acting in the best interests of the children. I don't think that the positions they're taking tonight are right, and I don't think that they are, in fact, in the best interests of the children. but I think that they believe that, and so I'm not going to question their motives or impugn their integrity. And so I just want to end with that. I want to remind this board that we have been very unified on a common mission, and I encourage us to not let this difficult time further or permanently divide us. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam President, I just want to remind everyone of the time. We
Yes.
did not vote to extend, and at 9 o'clock, we would have to officially end the meeting. So I just want to remind, I'm sorry.
Okay, so if that is the case, of course, I was next in the queue. What should we do at this point?
I would entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
Okay, so is there a motion to extend the meeting? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lannis. Is there a second? Okay, considering no, it is 9 p.m. I'm assuming that that motion does fail. No, it is 9 p.m. So I will say thank you so much, Mr. Martin, for making sure you talked us all the way until 9. And Mr. Gode, adjourn. See you guys on Thursday of next week. Thursday, so that means that this will continue. Mr. Shamlin? This means that this conversation will continue on Thursday, right?
Listen, since we noticed the call, you might want to convene.
It's a special meeting, so you have to call it. You have to call it.
Wait, y'all.
Madam President, this is a special meeting, so you would have to call another special meeting.
Okay, just a moment. So I believe that we need to call the committee of the whole in, so to say that it has been called to order. Is that correct?
All right, ma'am.
Mr. Shamlin?
Yes.
Is it correct? So we have started the committee of the whole. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Martin.
Yes. And then
We're-
announce.
Do
yeah.
we need to call
We
roll?
need to call roll. I'm going to call the meeting of the Committee of the Whole to order.
Yes.
Madam Secretary, please quickly call the roll.
Ma'am, could y'all step away for a second, please? Thank you.
District 3, President
Okay, you all.
Have order, please. Order, please. We've got one housekeeping matter to take care of, please.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Given the time that is now after 9 and we required, Mr. Gode moves we adjourn, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coach, your phone.
Sorry, I just had to get that.
Yeah,